Okay, first entry. The company wants everyone on the team to keep a journal, and I might as well use this corporate laptop with a satellite uplink for something other than my actual work, even if writing this stuff is also about work. Our boss says it will help us reflect on our progress and make us less likely to repeat mistakes. We're doing a highly experimental work up here, from what little I've been told so far. The other 30 or so people in this place barely said a thing at orientation this morning, giving us 3 new hires for the season little more than greetings. It's all very secretive and strict in this small division of a powerful global corporation I'm not allowed to mention, even in my own private writing. Actually, and I haven't tried this yet, I think I heard someone mention that the embedded keylogger on these notebooks will censor or delete any attempt to type out the name of the company. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually true. Am I allowed to say that I'm somewhere in the Arctic Circle? We're heading into polar winter, and I'll be stuck inside a subterranean laboratory for the next 6 months with a bedroom the size of a prison cell. Huh. Well, all of those words seem permanent, so I suppose so. We were told to write every night, even on days where nothing big happens. So here I am doing it. Maybe it's for the sake of our sanity, to feel anchored and keep a sense of self in this cold and distant place, that sort of thing. I'm not the resident psychologist, though I'm in the same neighborhood. I'm a neurologist with a rather unique secondary talent in software engineering. A few months ago, the company reached out to me when I was in a bad place and gradually convinced me to come up here and get a big paycheck. I'm 37 and the only Scot among an international team. All I know about what I'm going to be working on is that my talents are in high demand. I have no idea how long this lab has been operating or who all has been up here in the past. And with that, I'm going to bed. But before that, I'll be sure to mention to you that some of these are going to be written in the first person from my journal entries, and some of the logs in here are going to be video logs watching us, so the perspective will change from time to time. Second entry. I began my first full day here without any expectations. Now, at the end of it, I'm not sure where to begin in describing it or how to feel about what they've been doing here. Frontier work so cutting edge that laws surrounding it are at most blurry and for the most part unwritten. Anyone new to this posting is given a few days to settle in and absorb what we've learned, one concept at a time. It may require shifts in what we as individuals find ethical, and we're allowed to spend today and tomorrow letting us adjust and fit into a camp on either side of some very dangerous ideas. We have 2 days to decide if we don't want to be a part of this and get a paid flight back home, or if we're willing to test our beliefs, moral codes, and understanding of existence for the next 6 months. But I still can't believe that something like this is now part of our reality. Following the big reveal, the 3 of us weren't sure how to react. This was science fiction, surely. Maybe something 50 years out. An unrealized concept that hasn't even reached the debate stage, much less see any serious planning. We laughed nervously. Unflinching expressions were the responses from the veterans in the room. This was real, and already realized. In fact, the trio I'm a part of was brought in late to help with the system tweaks, fixes, efficiency, and to offer insight and oversight and opinions from fresh perspectives. We weren't allowed to see the main lab yet, not until we commit. But without proof, they assured us this is all true science. And I think by the end of the day, and given their apparent serious reverence for the work, we believe them. The people here, who have been at this for over 10 years, have really done it. They've managed to digitize a human mind and give it a virtual world in which to live and bend to their will, while also allowing it to interact with the physical realm. The current test subjects were all volunteers, formerly with bodies racked by terminal illness. Furthermore, the process isn't as total or inorganic as we might think after so many years of fiction made around the subject matter. And it isn't so much destructive as it is an improvement to flawed and decay-prone natural flesh. While they didn't go into great detail and couldn't answer most of our questions, they did tell us that the only acceptable goal since the beginning was to find a way to achieve direct continuation of consciousness. Let's be clear, they collectively explained, paraphrasing. The brain is not destroyed. It is not uploaded, torn apart piece by piece, reassembled or even scanned invasively or otherwise. At no point does activity cease. There is no need to revive it. Our patients do not die and are not reborn. They are not copies with their originals discarded. We would only have considered this project a success if each of our volunteers was either awake or asleep from the time they arrived here to the point in which they first saw our virtual landscape. We want to achieve immortality, not go to an afterlife or be in darkness while our duplicates lived potentially forever. Now, do you want to learn how we did it? And that product cell was how the meeting ended. It's unfair. We get a taste of what they have claimed to have accomplished, but if we go home, we'll likely never know for certain, and if the tech is real, I can see only the world's elites getting access, at least for the rest of my lifetime. Even if I break the NDA I've already signed, who would believe me? That's not even really a choice. I doubt anyone has declined the invite to the showroom floor. I find these scientific revelations terrifying and a tangled mess of ethics. No wonder we get all day tomorrow free, leaving us to stew over what we've learned. Sleeping pills are provided to help with the jet lag and seasonal extremes. I'll be taking 2 tonight. Third entry. Breakfast and lunch were quiet. The veterans don't talk work in the oddly humid cafeteria, so there was nothing for us newcomers to pick up. I spent most of my afternoon in one of the less restricted areas of the facility, their small library. They have the typical escapist fiction novels and books on history, but about a third of the space is dedicated to company chronicles, like what projects they've worked on, or the programming languages they've used and developed over many years. Skimming over them, I got the impression that much of the information was privileged, known to the old-timer insiders but not to the wider world. Nothing too secretive, just enough to give others a taste test. And all on unhackable paper pages. Though doubtless it's also digitized offline somewhere in some encrypted vault. The corporation has a murky history, with large chunks of it lost as they've always operated in the shadows while also selling products and later software to the masses. Whatever they did before the digital age, their lineage goes back to at least the 17th century with a line of work that was seen as valuable and bespoke to world governments, but repeatedly, eventually, drew ire that led to disillusion and the need to flee to other nations and begin again. It's wild how deep the roots go, what names they've operated under, the breadth and variety of their industries. Their focus has shifted so many times that you wouldn't think they could be traced back so far on an unbreakable line. But maybe that incredibility is key to how they've lasted so long. All I can say for certain is that they've always pushed the envelope, not waiting for laws and society to catch up, or be bound by the norms of the time. I can see how a government would both want to work with them and come to fear them. Here's the big one. Their records state that they rose to prominence and wealth when they were contracted to help take down the massive Dutch East India Company in the late 1700s from the inside. Regardless of their influence in the breakup, I'd imagine they got deep into the coffers amid the resulting downfall, and from there, they survived and adapted to whatever could sustain them in any given era. Corporate Illuminati, in essence. I'd have to be mental to get in bed with these people. And yet, this information is out in the open for anyone curious enough to look. They don't care if we find out. They'd likely be disappointed if we didn't. In contrast to the earlier 2 meals, dinner gave way to a spirited debate among myself and 2 peers, both of whom also visited the library on their own time. Though I knew nothing about the lads personally, it already does feel like we have a kinship, at least professionally, and while I call it a debate, none of us have taken sides yet. All we had was our prior experiences and opinions. This laptop's censoring mechanic continues to surprise me. I can't even type out their real names without seeing them deleted, first or last. We must all be registered in a central system. This level of security is something I've never seen. They must be using some form of AI for the detection. So I'll call them Adam and Henry instead. These names have no special meaning or reflect their personalities. They were just the first that popped into my head as alternates. After some quips, observations, and other light remarks, Adam pulled us into the table's first longer conversation. I'll note that the cafeteria and common room are the only ones on the surface. They feature skylights that let us see, mostly just stars and cold gray skies. Today, though, we had a sunset that went on forever and painted the room in warm hues. The rooms also give our laptops a clear view of the sky, making them the only places where we can use their satellite cards to reach the outside world in a personal way. The library has hardline computers, sure, but those are public. I'm not ready to sign into any of my accounts, though, since everything is tightly monitored. Anyway, Adam came right out and labeled all of this as bullshit. Storage just isn't there yet. I don't even need to get into arguing if the process can or ever will work. A few years back, some researchers used a microtome on a tiny section of a rat's brain the size of a grain of sand. They cut it into layers, scanned every cell, and turned the sample into raw data. It was that small, and it still required a supercomputer just to partially simulate a rodent's brain activity. It's debatable if they even pulled it off. I don't know what kind of hardware you need to store an entire human brain, but it'd probably need its own power plant and a skyscraper worth of circuit boards and flash memory. Do either of you think something like that is somewhere under us? No, most likely not, and it's useless to theorize anything for now. Henry then added,
This all feels so wrong. And I'm not just talking about their experiments. If ever there was a corporation that can own you or ruin your life, my logical side is yelling at me to get the hell out. But still, this might be my only chance to see something so many futurists dream about. If any group could pull it off. And assuming they're not lying about their own history.
Do you really buy into all of this? Adam asked him.
One of the books has a detailed report for an older project. I only flipped through it, but what I saw looked legit. They worked with the United States government back in the 80s and 90s, doing research into simulated multiple conscious beings, using computer hardware of the time. They claim that the digital people interacted with each other in very lifelike ways. How do you even come close to pulling that off with the tech back then? But if it's true, then give it 30 years of advancements, and maybe the company can really do it.
All 3 of us remain skeptical, of course. But tomorrow, we have to decide to stay or go. Both options worry me. I'm going to bed tonight thinking of rat brain. 4th entry. Today was... I don't know where to begin. My worldview has completely shifted. Or maybe it broke completely. They actually did it. And although I'm saying it, I still don't quite know what they did exactly. For the sake of simplicity, I'll say that yes, they have digitized the consciousness, but perhaps giving it an upgrade is a more accurate way to describe it, where other words currently fail. After breakfast, we met with our recruiter and the three of us chose to stay on board, no hesitation. Not after thinking about it for a night. An hour of paperwork later, we got our titanium key cards and were brought down a floor to the first restricted level, where the main labs and engineering operate. It looked like half of the place's staff were there at once, each of them busy running diagnostics, writing software, checking on the health of the test subjects, or simply interacting with them, chatting. The site director greeted us.
Good to finally meet you. I've heard so much. I assume you'll be valuable teammates.
All the usual time-wasting platitudes. We only wanted to see how they did it. And this lab, if you can call it that, is more of a large, open lounge area. Not bright, white, and sterile like one might expect, with its luxury chairs, mini kitchen, large TV, and gaming equipment. Any experiments here must have been done via the expensive laptops everyone carries around.
Sit anywhere you like.
The director instructed us.
From this floor down, the network will let you communicate with our 5 volunteers. You can join them for a private chat or sometimes speak with several at once. Just keep in mind, they're still like us and are better with one-on-ones, and there are queues and time limits, that sort of thing. Be efficient with your sessions.
Henry replied, half seriously.
Yes, actually. Having conversations with them about anything is a part of the development process, and it's the easiest part of this project. You need only to be social. We have 3 men and 2 women in our program so far, and we've scheduled an hour for each of you today. They're eager to meet you.
We split up and I found a quiet corner where I expected to perform some kind of Turing test. I had to find out if I was actually talking to a person or just a sophisticated chatbot. I sat by one of the room's many oil painting replicas, plugged in my provided headphones, and signed into the interaction program. Boxes with 5 names popped up, 2 of them ghosted out and already busy. Their names also get censored, so I'll call the first digitized human I ever talked to Lucy. It's very basic and familiar. A box for text chatting filled the screen. It was just me and her, and she was the first to speak. The text would often appear faster than most people can type. Because the records are kept, I can copy and paste this conversation verbatim.
Hello, welcome to the lab. What do you think of all this so far?
I'm not sure, I typed back. I don't even know what to say.
That's normal. This is a new experience for you. The security measures here can be pretty annoying, and I say that having been the one to come up with most of the ideas. What can I call you that won't get censored?
Sam is fine.
Okay, Sam. Do you want to stick with texting for now, or we could try voice chat? I can also access your webcam, but I don't have a face to share yet. We're still working on that. We haven't quite gotten true vocalization down either. You can talk to me, but my responses will be voiced by an AI. A good one, but the trained ear can tell. The emotion isn't there.
Let's stick with text. I'm a bit self-conscious about my accent.
Your file says that you grew up on the Isle of Skye. I visited once. A lovely place. I still call Minnesota home, but I've been all over the world. I loved traveling, until my terminal illness progressed to the point where I couldn't.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
It's okay. It was either dying or signing up for this project, and I have full internet access here. Every streaming service. They treat us well.
This is so strange. What are you? A brain in a jar? Or did they actually digitize and store you somehow without having to kill you first?
Our director will show and explain everything. Like the others, you'll be taken to the vault, where we exist in the physical sense. I'd like to get to know you better first. Think of us as partners, perhaps even friends in time. We are not dissimilar. Living this way is not some form of ascension or reaching nirvana. Memories are more clear and easier to access, but otherwise, I'm a lot like you.
Unbelievable, was how I responded after a few seconds of thought.
Indeed, the wider world isn't ready for us. Even so, the genie is out and the research will continue.
What does it feel like, and how big is your virtual world?
The 5 of us share and can shape an area of about 100 square miles. That doesn't sound like much, but it's highly detailed and realistic. Yes, we can fly, yet it's otherwise not fantastical. We have cities and neighborhoods, forests and hills. Right now, I'm in my seaside mansion talking to you on a recreation of my first desktop computer, or I could use my phone, or telepathy. Everything is just a means to translate the function into something familiar.
What kind of hardware is needed to run your world?
A supercomputer and a server array the size of a studio apartment. It's under your feet, kept cool by the outdoor air we pull in. But to be honest, I talk tech way too much and prefer to simply meet new people.
I had gotten that impression, so I shoved my burning curiosity deep down and tried to be patient for answers. The rest of my hour with Lucy flew by, and soon I barely thought about the fact that I was chatting with someone who had lost her body. She was down to earth, a good neighbor sort of person. We talked about our childhoods and interests, books and movies. Other than being naturally savvy with computer engineering, she had a typical college education and was no great genius of the world whose mind needed to be preserved. Circumstance had merely brought her here to be a part of history. The director was soon gathering us for the rest of the tour, and we said goodbye to our new lab partners. The vault was 1 floor below, requiring a key card swipe and retinal scan just to get the lift to move down. When the doors opened, all that was ahead was a long metal hallway of very clean filtered air and UV lamps. With us were 2 lab techs, as vault access required 3 people at once, so that no one person or a pair could get inside and accidentally or purposefully alter the results and direction of a long-term experiment.
We rarely go inside the vault.
The director explained to us in so many words.
It's mostly for the newcomers, to show them proof of our progress and help them understand what we've done. New volunteers are processed in another lab. What you're about to see are completed specimens, for now.
For now? One of the guys had asked.
The process is still evolving. Further transformation is always possible.
None of us asked about this transformation or had any other questions until we got into the facility's most important room. Clearly, there weren't some advanced computers or drive arrays in there, not with cleanliness protocols like this. We even had to suit up into hazmat suits that were sprayed for decontamination on the way. There had to be a biological component to all of this. With the lab techs on either side of the door to punch in codes and swipe their cards, the director had another retinal scan in the middle of the thick slab of metal to get its heavy gears in motion. It slid open elegantly for something so large and cold. Condensed air came bursting out. The room was fairly small and kept refrigerated, and other than thick bundles of uncountable wires, the inner sanctum's only feature were the 12 metal pillars that ran from floor to ceiling. 5 of them had green lights and small active monitors on their sides. The other 7 canisters were dormant, and I figured empty. "They're in those." Adam wandered up to one of the tubes, read the name on the screen, and said something like, "I was just talking to him." Without a word, the director touched the tablet-sized screen and tapped in 6 digits on a digital keypad. What looked like vitals appeared, although it looked like only brain waves were being monitored. His finger then went over the diagnostics box, hovered hesitantly over the open option below it for just a second, and then touched it lightly. Locks audibly disengaged, and the tube began to descend into the floor to reveal the contents within. During the grand reveal, I thought about what I was about to see. An otherwise dead body suspended in a test tube with numerous wires going into the head? More likely I'd see a severed head, body no longer required. Or it could be something more plain and less grotesque. An ultra-dense holographic storage medium that could hold exabytes of data, maybe? That's what I thought at first as the top of the interior contents were revealed. Bespoke gadgetry, computer hardware, more blinking lights. It would turn out that that part of the unit was for life support and translation equipment that turns organic neural patterns into digital ones and back again. Necessary because the exposed human brain suspended inside a hermetically sealed glass sphere below it couldn't communicate without it. But this was not your typical brain in a jar from a 1950s B movie. It floated in flowing blue fluid that was continuously pumped from an oxygenated and enriched reservoir below. Synthetic blood. Superior to the real stuff, we were told. Lasted at least 15 years and more efficient. As impressive as it was, the brain itself, laden with wires? Despite being a neuroscientist, I've always found brains a bit gross, in appearance and structure. Fascinating, sure, but I'd rather study them while they're hidden inside a head. This brain, though, was undoubtedly beautiful. The three of us were captivated, and who could blame us? It was like looking into an infinitely faceted crystal of living light. The shape was not unusual, but the material. An elegant blue marble surrounding fireworks nearly frozen in time. The brightness within dancing like an aurora. Us newcomers had no explanations or theories about what we were looking at. Was it squishy and synthetic, like the blood? Or solid, like a resin? I was too memorized to really absorb the director's words at that point, but I think I can summarize them now that I'm writing in bed with a file on the technology alongside my journal on the screen. Essentially, and if I'm getting this right, a brain is transplanted into the sphere, and the wires are carefully inserted to bring the person to the virtual world. The wires are fibrous and nanoscale. Thousands of microscopic roots at the end of each wire spread throughout the gray matter and fuse with neural pathways. Like the blood, bringing the matrix into the real world was impressive enough, but only a part of the system this company has managed to create. Slowly, over a period of months, nanites in the blood fuse with the brain matter and cause it to undergo a chemical metamorphosis, turning it into a dense but flexible porous polymer with trillions of pockets that act like electron traps, very similar to how solid-state drives hold data. Meanwhile, billions of translucent pathways gradually replace the natural neural links.
And the brains still have neuroplasticity,
the director said, concluding what seemed to be a rehearsed sale pitch style remark.
so that they can continue learning and evolve beliefs and opinions. The material is very stable and durable, far more resilient than what nature provides, and it can repair itself.
Why do they glow like that? I wondered.
The pathways use light to communicate, like fiber optics, but they're too small to see individual strands.
So the brain itself is synthetic, Adams summarized. Well, most of it, said the person inside the glass through a speaker on the hardware. The cerebral cortex, where the conscious self is believed to reside, is organic from about an inch deep. Better protected, but still soft. Henry replied with a subdued scoff. I said, Not true immortality, then? Perhaps not, but the research continues. We all then turned our attention to the brain inside of the glass, as Dr. White introduced it.
This is Dr. White. Unlike the other volunteers, he's one of us. Our man who can look at the system and process from inside.
Dr. White then explained to us in great detail the nature of the program itself, and how the path to a 100% synthetic mind had been stalled not by the technological ability and will, but by deep ethical concerns and philosophy. They call it Project Theseus. The namesake, for those unfamiliar, is in reference to what's mostly a thought experiment, an ancient one, and a central look at self-identity that is just as provocative today as it was centuries ago. If you replace the parts of a ship over time, all of the parts, at which point is it no longer the same ship? It may retain its shape, but when none of the wooden planks or rivets are from when the ship first touched water, does anything of its past remain? In order to achieve an unbroken chain of consciousness, at least to the best of our ability, minds were transformed into complex organo-digital constructs. Bit by bit, memories, motor functions, human instincts, and at least a portion of self-awareness changed. Too slowly on a day-to-day basis to notice, with the processing speed speeding up a little during a bodiless brain's sleeping hours, about 5 hours a night. At no point did the volunteers feel as if they passed over into a new existence. They weren't provided updates on their progress until the transformation reached its current stopping point. And still, the synthetic brains are only seen as a first step. Should the goal of a full transition be realized, they will be pure and super dense, malleable data, able to be transferred, maybe copied, placed into robotic bodies, backed up daily, or even put into stasis, with the blood acting as an energy source but not necessary for survival. Unlike meat brains, it won't rot or suffer damage when the flow stops. It will just go into a dreamless sleep until plugged in again. After a long day of scientific revelations and the many details of how they came to me, my own primitive mind is stuck on the same thoughts as I write this and try to stay awake. Have we really found a way to cheat death and cheat the system along the way? Digital immortality is an old concept now, but to pull it off without killing the original? I don't know. I'm not fully convinced that nature can be conquered like that. Are the volunteers still themselves? Or do they just think they are? Is the soul, if it exists, compatible with a synthetic existence? As the vessel that holds us shrinks and the polymer walls close in, I wonder if the soul runs out of places to run and hide from a medium that it cannot truly exist within. Or if it can, does it, too, transform into something different, new and unknown? I understand quite well why Project Progress has hit a near standstill, and they're looking to optimize the systems that are already in place. And in our off hours, we're supposed to study the philosophy books here. It seems like we're all trying to tie ourselves in knots to justify a moral quandary. Like, we'll dig up an answer if we go deep enough, and something in those centuries' worth of ideas and studies will fit together like puzzle pieces. But I know ambition. The walls that these scientists have put up to keep themselves from advancing their project are going to crumble before they come to any conclusions about the nature of the soul, or being, or whatever else. I'm committed to this place for the next 6 months regardless, so I'll do what little I can to delay the inevitable. I just hope I'm long gone from here and not around to see all of this blow up in their faces. Maybe their goals are in the realm of what awaits humanity, but it doesn't take their level of education to realize that we aren't ready for it. Entry 93. Bloody splendid. top-of-the-line corporate laptops, and they're still liable to crash and corrupt data. Something went wrong with the internal security software update that got pushed to everyone, and by the time it was caught and pulled, 6 employees, myself included, lost dozens of documents that were encrypted by the program that was working just fine without the so-called vulnerability patch. I only managed to recover my first 4 entries because I had originally written them in Word and had copies. I never should have trusted the company's journal app, even though they implored us to use it. So that's quite a bit of entries gone. Sorry for the jarringness of that. Then again, I guess it's actually the entire software suite the company developed for its employees that got messed up. Rumor is, corporate rushed out a flawed patch in advance of some upcoming event for security reasons. What I know for sure is that management is angry. 3 days of productivity have been lost trying to fix the affected hardware, and that's before any dead files are taken into account. The volunteers' virtual world is unaffected, but the servers and network systems we use need full restores. We only have internet access through the slower satellite connection, so the above-ground cafeteria has been constantly packed. Most of the lab work has been moved up there too. I just hope I didn't lose anything too valuable. Really though, my journal entries had mostly devolved into rambling anyway. I can't wait to get home, halfway there. The higher-ups in this place are so self-congratulatory over what they've pulled off so far. They no longer seem bothered about progress coming to a standstill. All we do is study philosophy and work on the code. We make it more efficient, more secure, and better simulate the brain's senses. But not much more. I don't see where things go from here. I keep being told that my work is important and I'm good at what I do, but those minds in the vault aren't getting any closer to immortality. Maybe the higher-ups are actually afraid of advancing the project any further. Word is that we're supposed to get a newcomer tomorrow. 1 person. A new volunteer at last? Getting a chance to see the process from start to finish would help with the monotony around here. Entry 95. I don't enjoy typing on my phone for long stretches, but today is worthy of live updates for my non-existent audience. I have a feeling I won't be able to wait and recall everything for a laptop session tonight. Looks like the phone app has synced with my journal's previous entries, the ones that survived at least. An hour ago, everyone was summoned to line up at the hangar doors at the base of the cliff the lab was built into. We'd done it a few times, rolling out the red carpet for a corporate big shot that hops over, looks at things, then leaves. This is something else. The president of the company walked in. As I expected, I can't type his name, but he's one of the world's more recognizable elites. Rich beyond our dreams. Yet even for him, a surgery that would rid his need of a walking cane was out of reach. A mere limp was easily correctable. I could see the signs as he went by, his murmuring and surprised underlings. It was neurological, and I overheard him complaining to my boss as I went to the lab together and paid the rest of us no mind. Out of time stood out. He's come here to have the procedure done. That's obvious to everyone. It's almost comical, definitely a cliché. The old wealthy man seeking immortality. Henry and Adam already assumed that he started and funded this entire project for his own benefit. A fair suspicion, but the only person around who knew for sure what he was sick with and for how long was likely the man himself. Given the extra security measures, I doubt they'd let me sit in for the surgery on this one. It's not all secrets and whispers, though. He surprisingly addressed the entire staff about an hour after his arrival, speaking to us in a full cafeteria and under the dimming afternoon sunlight. He was oddly humble and candid, maybe even unable to completely hide his own fears of mortality. He talked of his long life and successes, of course, but also actually thanked us for our hard work and sacrifices, and then sped right along to the part where he revealed all. It wasn't a disease or other malady that can be eradicated by simply abandoning his body. Of all the things that could threaten his life, he was afflicted by the one that would follow him into a liquid-filled container.
I have an inoperable tumor deep inside here.
He revealed to us, pointing at his head with a trembling finger.
It's my hope that it is no longer able to grow following the procedure, or, more fortuitously, destroyed outright.
And then he apologized.
I'm sorry for intruding upon your work here, placing my needs above your scientific efforts and interrupting any projects. Should I make it to the virtual universe you've created, I will keep mostly to myself.
Dr. White's AI voice replied from the rune speakers.
You don't need to hide from us, Mr. President. We will gladly welcome you into our community.
The big man didn't respond. He looked sullen with an absence of hope. He spent the rest of the night in the VIP room, sleeping or preparing. I wonder what it's like knowing it's the last day you'll be inside the body that carried your mind around for nearly 80 years. '96th entry. Things are finally getting interesting again. Even while the people in command continue to argue against his wishes, right in front of the rest of us, the president insists that our provided phones be fully unlocked to give us access to the cameras and audio recording. And here it was, looking like we'd be going into an even more strict lockdown. Wi-Fi is heavily restricted, and there are no cell networks in range. But I'm typing this on a phone that now holds pictures of this place, and even a video of the president's speech about the future of humanity. It's like a weight has been lifted off of my fellow underlings. The look on our bosses' faces. The bad brain tumor must be affecting his judgment. Must have been a thought that passed through all of their own heads. The president insisted he was still thinking logically, that he had already easily passed the rounds of tests all volunteers take that reveal their state of mind. Precautions are taken to ensure we only allow the best brains into our vault. No psycho or sociopaths, no one unstable. His reasoning? He wants his address, the last one he'll give in his body, to serve as the grand revealing of the project. Our names and location will remain classified, but otherwise, the world is ready to know about us, so he claims. I'm not alone in agreeing that it's still way too soon, but I have to admit that it'd be exciting to be at ground zero when the news breaks across the world. He's heading into surgery right now, following a round of post-op tests. The transplant will take place in the central lab, where he'll be steadily hooked up and given his senses back, along with the ability to interact with the outside world. He won't be networked until he's in the vault, but he'll be able to see and hear everything around him, and talk to us. I've been told the pre-conversion first steps of the process usually take only a couple of hours. But in this case, he's been very insistent that the entire conversion be done faster than ever before. The doctors are worried about the stress that might cause, and other potential consequences. A Mind of Theseus is supposed to be transformed slowly, so that way you don't feel it happening. I share in their concern, but the president keeps emphasizing how little time he has left. The tumor could result in brain damage or death at any point. It's impressive that his sickness has managed to stay hidden for so long. The polymer material heats up as it coalesces into a spongy semi-solid, so it's been estimated that the absolute fastest a total conversion, or what's considered one as of now, could take about 4 hours. to keep temps low enough to prevent any heat-related damage? Treat today like a proof of concept, the president argued. Give our future clients a choice. Some will want to go the express route and become synthetic within a single night. The brass wants everyone at their stations in their best, and I'll have a front row seat, monitoring the adaptive software translation layer as an AI algorithm tunes it to his unique synaptic patterns. I can't believe that he, of all people, will be the first to undergo a rapid transition, something none of the prior volunteers went for even when they were offered extra money for their families. Yet the big boss doesn't consider himself a lab rat. He has full confidence in us and the work he bankrolled. I'm not much of a believer, but God be with us tonight as we step into the unknown. This entry is from the perspective of Sam's phone camera. Sam stares at the camera for a moment as he leans it up against something on a sterile laboratory table. He has auburn hair and small dark eyes. He doesn't smile despite the newfound freedom to make video records like everyone else in the facility. Right now, he has a job to focus on. There are only a few people in the frame, but the sounds of keyboard clatter, screens being tapped, and indiscernible talking from all directions suggest that the room is full. In the middle of the shot is the tall, narrow, and round unit that will hold a freshly procured brain, keep it alive, and translate its thoughts into a digital medium. Once it has become synthetic, it will be moved into the vault. "I still don't like this," an older man in command says after looking at the camera and sighing. His eyes focus on the tablet. "Remember, no names. Use your aliases we employ on outbound communications." "Yes, Doctor. How's it looking on the hardware end, Reindeer?" "System checks are all green," Sam informs them from the station. "Chamber is sterile," Adam says off-screen. "Ready for transfer." Two lab techs wheel over a cart holding a large metal case. They open it up and take out one of the glass spheres from the vault, which had been protected by thick padding. The orb is filled with synthetic blood, and the gray lump of consciousness inside it has numerous wires already hooked into wrinkles in the stem. The techs carefully and gently insert it into an outer shell in the machine, and once the sphere is close enough, it seems to be pulled in by a vacuum. The sphere rotates, locks in place, and is filled with light. "All connections secure," another voice in the room reports. "Vitals are stable. We have positive synaptic response." "Computer handshake accepted," Sam adds. "His thought patterns are on screen now. Incredible. That's what the raw data looks like? Gigabytes a second are being written. Buffer looks good, less than 1% error correcting. You wouldn't think that's the brain of one of the world's most powerful people," a voice off screen says. "Dr. White, how's he look from the outside? The sandbox isn't suffocating him, is it?"
No. Our readings indicate that he is quite calm.
"That's good. A couple of our patients started screaming right away, like they were in a straitjacket. Well, maybe he just doesn't mind being trapped in his own mind. All right, initiate the polymer conversion set at 4 hours. The video continues for several minutes, in which nothing remarkable happens. The lab workers monitor the progress, call out vital signs, and focus on the well-being of the president. Once he seems to realize that this isn't exactly worth using up his phone's battery to archive, Sam ends the recording during a pause in his work. A second clip opens up on a close-up of the brain, now composed of the glassy polymer, its internal neural lighting bright and active. Wordlessly, Sam pulls back and shows several of the exhausted yet pleased and even mildly excited lab workers, his boss among them.
3 hours and 52 minutes. A world record.
Mr. President, how are you feeling?
Asked Dr. White.
Never better.
replied the president.
But I need a change of scenery. Away from this lab and my own thoughts. Surely we can expedite any quarantine phase. I want to see the others and the world you've made for us.
Of course, Sam's boss agrees. We only need to do the wellness exams and run a scan to confirm what's happened to the cancer. We can connect you to the network in the morning. Why don't you get some sleep?
I don't need sleep. Do the test now. Keep this momentum. I'd like to get an announcement out before the press notices my absence and starts poking around. It could be a disaster if we don't get the first word on our success.
The lab workers looked at one another. They know it's not a good idea to continue without rest, but the medical officer assures them that he and his team are still in good shape to conduct the exams. Everyone else is dismissed. "97th entry. After today, I'm not sure what to think. We've proven that a relatively fast conversion is possible, but the hubris on display has reached new heights. I'm still entranced by the science and the process, but there is no universe in which our world is ready for the reveal about to be made. Hell, even if there was, the others are rushing to finalize this technology at what they see as its late development stage. In my opinion, this project is still in alpha. And I finally started wondering as I typed this, what does this mean for the company? Is the big man now an immortal executive? The super wealthy were already just about untouchable, and now we suddenly literally live in a world where they exist in a digital realm and can have backups of themselves. Death is supposed to be the great equalizer, but if only the elites can afford to subvert it. I'm not saying any more here. I'm not convinced these journals aren't monitored by the company. I'll just keep the thoughts in my head. They can't get inside that. Not quite yet. In the next video clip, created 8 hours later, the camera sees nothing but darkness and the occasional blurred white inside of a lab coat pocket. The audio is clear despite some rustling of fabric. Sam is recording a meeting, but didn't feel it necessary or perhaps appropriate to get video of it. Sam is recording this from his pocket. "Everyone, thank you for attending first thing this morning," Sam's boss tells the staff. "I realize you're missing breakfast, but the president is... well, he's concerned and insistent that we... The president's AI voice interjects.
The test revealed that my cancer remains. The tumor is too deep and is beneath the polymer layers. It could still very well kill me any day. No, likely worse than that. It could kill only the part of my brain that is still organic. Leave me in some ungodly state between life and death. This voice synthesizer cannot emphasize how much I do not want you to wait and see what unimaginable horror may await me."
"Mr. President, we will do everything we can."
There's only one thing that can be done, and everyone here knows it.
"But we are still years away from even forming a proper theory of what it might mean. The process may not even work at all. We aren't sure if tissue that deep inside can even be properly."
Why am I wasting time listening to this? I should have asked for the opinion of our resident neurosurgeon, who is already personally familiar with the procedure. Dr. White, is there any legitimate, high-risk concern in undergoing a full conversion? Anything you know for certain that could go wrong?
We have no solid conclusions as to what a conversation past 60% may do on a physical, mental, or emotional level. Our hesitation to proceed further was more of a moral dilemma, of identity, one might say of a spiritual nature.
Is that what you've been wasting your time on all year? efforts to prove that the soul exists. We are a cluster of neurons that give us the illusion of free will and the idea of a conscious self. We may strive to live and can be overwhelmed by fear, but I do not believe in a soul. So, I will sign whatever forms you want me to. I consent to being a test subject. I felt no different over the course of my previous session, other than being able to think more clearly and sharply than I've ever been able to in decades, and I do not fear becoming fully cybernetic. Even a poor outcome must certainly be better than dying, or existing in a half-dead state of limbo. I volunteer to lead this project to its final stages. Now what else do I need to say? I am paying you to rid me of this dying flesh.
The room goes silent except for a few nervous murmurings and coughs. The director relents.
Okay. We'll do it. We do already have a delivery system in place to get the polymer nanites deeper into the brain. It should only take an hour or so to set up. Team, let's get to work.
Finally, some courage.
Sam fumbles with the phone in his pocket and ends the recording. 98th entry. I'm hunched over my phone, tapping away nervously in the waiting room as the operation wraps up. They don't need me yet, but I get a glimpse of it. A simple thing, really. They're finding entry points to stick long syringes deep into the brain. Then it'll just be a matter of cautiously pumping the juice into the last natural portion of an 80-plus-year-old mind. I suppose it's appropriate that he'll be the world's first fully synthetic life form, or at least the first one that was formerly organic like the rest of us. I need to get the hell out of here. We call ourselves scientists, but in this place, we only answer to a company and its motivations, not the process or international laws. We're going to create an abomination today, and that will hold true even if the process is 100% successful. I don't want to imagine what happens if it isn't, but I can't say that the owner of this company getting himself trapped in a hell of his own making wouldn't be poetic. I talked with Adam and Henry at breakfast today. Nasty weather, I might as well add. An ongoing blizzard keeps bringing whiteout conditions. Sounds like the two of them are about as disgusted by the last 24 hours as I am. The facade of the noble scientific pursuit here has fallen away, revealing the egotistic corporatism underneath that was there from the start. None of us will admit it yet, but I have a feeling we'll all be going public once we're home. For that matter, maybe something should go wrong today. The big man is so confident in his little immortality attempt that he's encouraging us to record everything. If the worst does happen, I'm sure we'll all be ordered to delete the videos and hand over our phones. But I'll do what I can to get my copy of the evidence out there and make them believe that my phone wasn't even on me. The next video file is nearly half an hour long and is partially obscured. It is believed to be shot from within a computer desk, the lens positioned at the hole that cables pass through. The phone is not easily accessible and was set up prior to others entering the lab to prevent its detection, so nothing happens until the last few minutes of the long clip. The unmoving camera is aimed, imperfectly, at a large pedestal-shaped device. Eventually, the staff enters and begins their work, coordinating their movements and treating their patient with care. The old man's mind and its life support unit are wheeled in, and the top half of the mobile pillar is removed and placed on the pedestal. Once some ceiling-mounted clamps and wires are attached to the machine, the president is reconnected.
We have a stable link. Mr. President, we are ready to begin the total conversion process on your command.
Dr. White reports.
To die is to lose a person's entire history and all the knowledge he has found over decades. Today is the beginning of an end to such tragedies. I am ready to prove what is possible.
The president concludes, as always full of himself. The director responds, reluctance still in his voice.
Very well. Team, monitor everything you see on your screens. If anything at all looks concerning, hit the button on your desk to pause the process. Just like every other time we've done this, we are simply going a little further today.
After a few affirmative replies, the director steps back and the machine begins to pump in the polymer nanites deep into the cerebral cortex, the cavernous depths where the conscious and subconscious dwell. Positive response from the inner cortex, Sam calls out, as his desk's hidden camera captures the process in the sight of flowing synthetic blood. We already have confirmed polymerism just above the corpus callosum, forming a secondary layer. Total conversion has ticked up to 61% and rising steadily. Another voice in the room adds, 62, 63. Synthetic synapses are beginning to light up. Flow control, double-check your settings.
Why is it so fast?
The director nervously wonders.
Slow it down before the temperature spikes.
Director, something isn't right. Brain activity is far higher than it should be. I'm seeing growth in the existing converted pathways. They seem to be extending into the inner cortex.
Is there self-replication? No, that shouldn't be possible. Maybe latent nanites were reactivated and... It doesn't matter. Shut it down so we can run a full diagnostic. Mr. President, apologies, but we're gonna have to delay your... Sir? Can you hear me? Dr. White, what is his condition?
He is in distress.
Director, the system isn't responding. The conversion won't stop.
White, shut down the pumps!
I already have, Director. The conversion rate was only minimally reduced. I'm not sure how, but it appears to have become self-sustaining. Every synapse is firing. He is crying out in tremendous pain.
Disconnect everything! Shut off life support. We have to reduce brain activity. Put him in a coma until we can understand what's happening.
Director, Sam speaks up over the commotion. He suddenly went quiet, just now. The conversion reached 73% and... Just look. The camera shows what is apparent to the staff. Its glowing light of the mostly synthetic mind is shut off in an instant, like someone flipped a switch.
Oh God. What have we done? What happened? How did this get away from us?
Sir, the conversion is still ongoing. Maybe this is how the process works? How would we know? We've never gone this far before. This could all be a normal part of the synthetic transition.
None of this is normal or natural. We aren't even aware of the laws of this science yet. Silicon-based life almost certainly can evolve on its own, and the cancer... Maybe it was the cancer. It infected the polymer and spread.
Director, are you okay? Maybe now isn't the best time to get this off your chest. Either way, it's too late to terminate the process even if we could. The President's best chance is to allow it to complete. Once nothing organic remains, perhaps we can simply start him back up, as one would a computer. It should only be another minute or so.
I suppose so. Team, get ready to extract him as soon as it's over.
Director, I'm seeing some very unusual readings. The brain appears to...
Within the span of 2 seconds, we see something inexplicable. Perhaps it could even be called a miracle, though not one we can understand. The speakers crackle and distort into noise as the video is saturated by camera artifacts and bands of color. The brain suddenly returns to life, so much so that its synaptic lights become blinding, as if a new star has just ignited. The room fills with illumination and gasps. A strange, high-pitched electrical whining becomes the new ambience, while on the lower end, a deep and crushed rumbling sound shakes the walls. It's coming from the speakers, but it's as if they've been blown out, and the noise is powerful enough to rattle the phone. With the brightness comes heat, and what artificial blood we can see in the spots where the camera sensor isn't overloaded starts to bubble. The glass containing the president's mind begins to crack. A lab worker who was close to the brain seems to suffer delirium and bleeds from her nose before falling to the floor and convulsing. The low, booming noise continues all the while, its pitch and depth gradually changing. Indiscernible whispers sound like television static. The director, whose nerves are already frayed, has seen enough. He orders his team to evacuate the room, adding that it will be sealed as a facility-wide alarm is triggered. Staff scramble to their feet and run, but some don't make it, like they're being targeted. Several fall one after another from an invisible attack, and they don't get back up from the floor. Sam manages to get under his desk in the chaos and retrieves his phone. Before the video ends, the glass around the brain shatters and the fluid pours across the floor. For only about 1 second, we see the brain itself suspended in the air, and while it could be said that the wiring and tubes are keeping it aloft, if one looks closely, it doesn't appear to move at all. It isn't dangling or swaying in the slightest. The mind seems to be floating in the air on its own. 99th entry. Things have gone to shit. The entire facility has become something out of a nightmare. I need to get my journal and video files out of here, but I have no way of doing that unless I can get to my laptop, sync my files to it, and then fire them off to a satellite from the surface, assuming I can even still do that. My phone is in airplane mode, disconnected. Somehow the thing in this place must be filling the air with wireless signals. I've heard other survivors whispering that anyone who connects a device to one of the literally hundreds of networks or Bluetooth options almost instantly discovers that they're holding a brick. The signals change constantly, their names gibberish. Random letters and numbers. None are password protected. Henry scrolled through them for several minutes, looking for the new facility networks that should be there, but gave up before he reached the end, if there is one. How is that thing doing all of this? My thumbs are already tired from writing this on a phone at minimum brightness. In case I can't get my files out, I'll summarize what happened in the lab about 12 hours ago along with everything else. What I can't provide are explanations. Today, we attempted our first full conversion. The subject was the company president, who had undergone a successful 60% procedure yesterday. But as it didn't remove or even reach the cancer in his inner cerebral cortex, he offered to become the first person to undergo a full synthetic transformation. Demanded is more accurate. Shortly after the second half of the process began, we lost control for reasons that will likely never be understood, as the lab and our databases are now inaccessible. We can't get into our servers at all. And if the records still exist, we can assume that they've been deleted or encrypted. The president, or whatever he's become, has taken over the facility. He remotely seized every system. The security cameras watched over us until the power went out. Now we only have emergency lights that are slowly dimming and no heat. It's freezing down here. Any electronically locked door is sealed shut. Our one chance at escape is via the emergency exit and the stairs to the surface. And while I've heard that some people have tried, I'm doubtful anyone has made it yet. What with the cameras and now the entity patrolling the halls. When that brain went dark, we thought all life had left it. But the instant that nothing organic remained, it blindingly reignited and affected everyone in the lab. I felt it too as I escaped. Migraines, hysteria, even temporary blindness or deafness. Some of us had seizures. If you couldn't get away and it was targeting you, you'd survive maybe 30 seconds before succumbing to a brain hemorrhage. Whatever sort of being that thing is, it's incredibly lethal, attacks on sight, and shows no mercy. Adam thought it was acting in self-defense and doing everything to ensure its own survival, but I'm not convinced. It's in a state of perpetual, full synaptic activity. As a digitized human mind, it must be highly intelligent, perhaps more than we are by magnitudes. Why would it revert to some primal animalistic state? No. It either has to be malevolent, or sees us as annoying insects that need to be removed. Henry was morbidly curious about what happened to the president. He has an unscientific idea to explain the mind screaming just before its lights went out. That maybe his consciousness, or soul if they do exist, was being crushed out of existence, or converted by a material that may be able to play nice with such concepts in a hybrid form, but not as a total replacement. To put it in classic Freudian terms, the id can be optimized, yet the ego is still reliant on that which is natural to survival. I see where he's coming from, but how could it be proven? Not that any of us may survive long enough to find out. I haven't seen Henry for several hours. He hasn't come back after going out to look for food. We had debated on his ideas for a while in the dark, using the Notepad app on our phones. The entity's strongest sense seems to be its ability to hear us, maybe by directly detecting sound waves vibrating in the air. So the ones who lived long enough to realize this have been keeping quiet. Adam, meanwhile, is hopefully recovering in this room's bottom bunk. He looked right at the entity for 2 or 3 seconds earlier, and that was enough to cause a seizure. It's just been me and my thoughts since Henry left. Every so often, I still hear a scream from elsewhere in the facility. It cuts off abruptly. I wonder, despite his memories still being in there, is that being even the president anymore? Or did it become something else? Something new? Maybe we've produced a kind of Boltzmann brain, birthed a consciousness out of nothingness, that used an existing mind as a stable foundation? Or an empty shell to fill? Without a body, it wouldn't have an immune system and should die from an infection. But of course, it's now synthetic, immune to rot and decay. But even so, what could be powering it? Where is it getting fuel? I need to have my own look at it before I can think of any possible weaknesses. But I've only seen its approaching glow in the halls, and the thing can kill with a glance. There's only one thing I've discovered so far myself. In my video of the incident, there were sounds coming from the lab speakers. They were in the low frequencies and distorted, but they had structure. Almost like the batteries were dying on a talking kid's toy or tape deck. When I was reviewing my footage, I set the video to play 10 times faster, and doing so lets one hear the being speak through the PA system it had hijacked, even though a method that lets the minds audibly talk directly to us hasn't been implemented yet. Its words are hard to make out clearly, but I do have a best guess. One possible explanation for why it spoke to us too slowly to be perceived is that it thinks and runs at a far higher clock speed than we do, and overcompensated for the time dilation when it tried to communicate. It greeted us with, "Wait, I think I hear Henry. We'll continue when I find out what's going on. Okay, I gotta go, he's bleeding, got attacked. It's busy trying to break into the vault. We have a chance to escape. I have to leave Adam for now." The final video file opens on Henry's face in the small room, the picture full of noise from the low-light photography. He is bleeding from his nose. "You sure you're okay?" Sam asks him. He wipes away some blood, replying,
Yeah. Glancing blow from the telekinetic attack or whatever it does. Jesus, are you filming this?
"Someone has to. If not for some accountability, then just to make sure this kind of experiment is never attempted again."
I mean, I don't disagree, but still.
"Did you get your laptop? I need to transfer my files to something with an SAT card."
It was still in the lab, but wouldn't power on. I think it was destroyed when everything happened. Most of the hardware in there is fried. Listen, We have to go. Just take your phone and share everything when we're back on the mainland. The president's helicopter should still be here and fueled.
We might not make it that far. What if we only have one chance to show everyone what happened here?
Damn it. Fine. But we need to get moving. No idea how long it'll take that horror to break into the brain vault. And who knows if it's breaking into the security or forcing the door open with its limbs. How's he doing?
He hasn't woken up.
Then we'll try to come back for him.
The two leave the room for the dark utilitarian hallways that run throughout the facility. Before they turn any corner, Sam uses his phone camera to peek around it and look for any source of light other than the backup lamps. After several minutes of quietly sneaking around, he whispers as they walk, "What do you mean it's limbs?"
I'm not sure what to call them, but it has appendages. I saw it from behind, very briefly, when it was moving towards the vault. It's disgusting. Writhing things, like a cluster of vines, only made out of sinew, muscle.
Is it growing them, or...
I think I know why I haven't seen many bodies.
Fucking hell. It's after biomass.
Yeah, has to be. And now it wants to destroy the competition.
Maybe. He doesn't get a chance to finish a possible thought, as the next time the camera looks around a corner, it catches the wavering glow of an eerie sapphire light filling a nearby junction. It's growing, getting closer.
Shit. Go. Go. Go, go.
They take off at a full sprint towards the stairwell entrance at the end of a hallway, making enough sound to alert the creature behind them. The noise it makes is bizarre, subtle yet terrifyingly alien. Something akin to a gasping industrial machine, a mechanical groan with the potential of power. After scrambling up the stairs, they both hesitate at the door to the second sublevel, where the lab and offices are located. They could continue upward for their best shot at escaping, but what if this is really the only chance at getting the story out? Maybe we should split up. I get my laptop while you go see about the helicopter, Sam suggests.
No. I'm sticking with you. And I wouldn't want to be tempted to leave you here. It's fine. We'll get it. And get out.
The power is out on this floor as well. And as it is in the origin of the incident, it's a mess. There's broken glass, destroyed furniture, and streaks of blood, but no bodies. And terror still lingers in the air amid an unsettling quiet. In the lounge where Sam first spoke to his synthetic mind is nearly unrecognizable. The metal lab door that once secured the room where the entity awoke is on the floor and bent out of shape, a feat that should require an industrial machine. It's in the lounge somewhere. Guess I'll have to find it in this darkness. That thing did a number on this place.
What do you remember from when this started?
As he starts digging around through shattered desks, Sam replies, "Not much. The memories are fuzzy, but I do remember being scared as hell. I was recording, and my camera just captured the brain breaking out before I ran."
Being near it for too long definitely induces psychosis and terror,
Henry says, and they both notice damaged non-lethal rifles on the floor.
I didn't even know we had a containment team until I saw them running right at the thing. I bet all four of them never stood a chance, or thought that they'd never see action.
We had a response team? Was something like this expected to happen?
Well, normally they were just security guards. Forgettable faces in the background while we worked. Damn, the guns have all been destroyed.
I have a feeling that the life form is beyond our weaponry regardless.
Probably. What do you think it is? I mean, I know it's a myth, but could it maybe be like, what happens if we use 100% of our brain? At least in some metaphorical way? Whatever it is, I don't think the president is in there.
This whole place needs to be bombed, wiped off the map.
Agreed. Is this one yours?
Sam turns to see him holding a laptop, which looks just like all the others save for a small sticker for Scotland's Dundee football team. He grabs it and quickly opens and shuts the lid to make sure it has power and is working. Thank God. Where was it?
Under one of the chairs. Listen, I have to ask. It doesn't matter either way at this point, but I know you've disagreed with what we've been doing up here for a while. You didn't, sabotage anything, right? Not that you could have predicted what would happen.
Sam says nothing at first, eventually muttering, No, I didn't do anything like that. I was starting to think maybe you two might have.
Huh. Nah, we didn't. I mean, as far as I know.
Still alive, eh?
Another voice in the darkness suddenly speaks up. The camera pans over to the disheveled director, leaning against the doorway to his office as he holds a flask.
I hadn't heard any screams for a couple of hours.
I didn't think you made it.
Henry replies. The two of them approach and give us a glimpse of the director's office, which he has turned into a mess, perhaps during a drunken rage earlier in the day.
I never saw you downstairs.
I hid and ran into my office like a coward, right as it all started.
The despondent man tries to wipe off some of the blood dried under his nose.
Damn thing made my head feel like it was exploding as it went by, but it ignored me.
Do you know what went wrong? Sam asks him. The director looks at the camera.
You're filming this? Blow it wide open, then. I don't care anymore, assuming you survive. And no, I couldn't tell you what the failure point was, other than the old bastard coming here and ruining everything. Nature can arrange and purify uranium to make a nuclear reactor, and look what our fumbling did with one in the past. This is no different. We stumbled into a rule of the universe we didn't know existed, while trying to cheat death. Maybe we deserve it. I'm only sorry that you and everyone else were involved.
Drinking and waiting around to freeze to death, or be absorbed by that thing, isn't much of a plan. Come with us. We're making a run for the corporate helicopter.
Do either of you actually know how to fly?
I used to ride in them all the time during my first job. I'll figure it out.
Henry tries to assure him, but sounds distracted by something.
You're free to try. Here, you won't get far without this.
The director goes to his desk, opens a drawer, pulls out a key and tosses it sloppily. Sam catches it, and he takes another swig.
Old man gave it to me for safekeeping, acting like he was afraid that someone might steal it to escape.
What's wrong? Sam asks Henry, and the camera turns to show him looking at and scrolling through a list of Wi-Fi networks on his phone.
I kept getting notifications of new networks to join, and there are more popping up by the second.
Then it could be getting closer. We need to get moving again. Director, please come with us. You can help break the story and know things we don't. The director goes over to the coat racket to grab his jacket. He begins to speak when a thin, slimy, prehensile tendril demonstrates its strength before he can say another word, crashing through an unnoticed air vent in the ceiling. It wraps around his neck, and it's unclear if it also impales him, and drags him up into the air ducts within seconds. Sam and Henry, shocked by the sudden attack, look up in time to see the director's kicking legs being pulled into the ceiling. The glow of the entity isn't visible, suggesting that it has a long reach. Closer inspection of the video reveals that the appendage was wrapped in wires and network cables, the color of which is commonly found in server arrays. The two let out some panicked curses, then turn and run. End the video. The final clip is of a different quality, as it was streamed from the webcam on Sam's laptop. We see him and Henry in the cafeteria, both clearly exhausted. The skylights are filling the room with an afternoon brightness that is in contrast to the horrors experienced beneath the surface. Okay, Sam huffs, nearly out of breath. Looks like the uplink is working, uploading and streaming right now. Are you still monitoring the networks? Henry, behind him on his phone, answers.
I don't see any, but we can't be sure it's still broadcasting. It might be trying to sneak up on us. Probably better off keeping an eye on the elevator and stairwell doors instead.
Counting on you. This will just take a minute. Henry leaves the frame and Sam takes a moment to find the words. We managed to get away from it for now. I think everyone else is gone, and I saw it in full for just a second at the bottom of the stairs as we were running from its tentacles? Or maybe roots? Looks like it also got into the endless wiring here, combining it with its muscles to use as some sort of support structure. Inside of it is a single huge spherical brain, floating, levitating. It's too big to have integrated only the minds into the vault.
The virtual world servers are still running, somehow. It could be tapping into those also. It's a superintelligence, maybe the singularity, concentrated in one place.
Ah, damn monstrosity, this thing. Right, we're making our run for the helicopter. Looks like all my files just finished transferring. I put our coordinates in the last journal entry. Someone bomb the hell out of this lab. Run! A third voice suddenly shouts. It's here! Sam looks over, shows some surprise, and swivels the laptop so its camera faces the stairwell. Somehow, Adam has recovered and made it to the surface on his own, though his left leg is dragging along and he's in rough shape. Without questioning the survival story, Henry helps him along and the trio leave frame to finally evacuate the facility. Just 4 seconds later, the floor cracks apart and opens up in unnatural ways, like someone peeling off the top of a tin can. Having no need for stairs, the Theseus Project's finest specimen rises from the floor below. A forest of stringy, fleshy tendrils and wiring is its throne, and they come upward to form a briar patch-like protective cage around the central brain that commands them. Yet nothing touches the brilliant sapphire wrinkled orb itself. It must use a form of magnetism, or even telekinesis to propel itself and control its countless limbs. The mind is blindingly bright, and the webcam adjusts to compensate, darkening the rest of the sunlit room. So radiant is its heat that the moisture in the area turns to steam and forms visible vortices around the entity, swirling in random directions. This intelligence, of course, surpasses our own. We cannot comprehend its goals, other than its first instinct to gather and bolster itself. Its way and efficiency of thinking is unknowable, as its thoughts may even exist in some higher dimension. Whatever it has become, it seems not yet able to entirely contain all of its melded personalities. There are telepathic whispers, which the camera is able to pick up. It's possible that it can create organized vibrations in the air strong enough to reproduce voices, some of which beg for help. Others are confused, while a few sound like they revel in their newfound flesh-departing ascendancy. One remark comes in clearly and is similar to Dr. White's speech pattern, stating that he feels unwell. Tentatively, further video enhancements may reveal faint and brief faces in the steam, forming away from the entity as if trying to escape its pull. Not all viewers report these sightings, and this may be an example of pareidolia. Also inexplicable is the mandala-shaped blue halo lingering behind the being's squirming mass. Its patterns too intricate and numerous to be properly preserved with the camera's low quality. Perhaps it is a threat display, or an unintended distortion in space. Similarly, the floor, walls, and visible edge of the table appear to tessellate, as if they are losing resolution within reality itself. We can pause the video and give ourselves all the time in the world for study, but in real time, this full view of the entity lasts only moments. Soon after its arrival in the cafeteria, It moves fluidly towards the laptop and the camera rapidly degrades in a peculiar fashion. The picture breaks up into symmetrical fragments, like glass if it evenly shattered in every direction. Bright violet fractals spread like frost on a window until the stream terminates. The following text also made it out of the facility's corrupted signal-saturated air. 100th entry. It doesn't look like the word censoring is working anymore. What with so many systems down, feels like I can finally breathe again in this oppressive hellhole at the very end of things. Even so, I don't want to put our names out, for our own continued protection. Regardless, if we make it home. We can't wait here, so Adam, if you don't catch up to us by the time the rotors are spinning, I'm sorry. To whatever government feels compelled to do so, destroy this place. Our coordinates are... I also just realized that I forgot to get down in text the words that the entity spoke upon awakening, only audible when played at a higher speed. The endless cycle continues. Since this all began, we haven't learned the being's motivations, or anything about it at all, really. If it wasn't the president or a sporadic remnant of his memory that said this cryptic threat, I'm wondering if we birthed something inevitable, a horror that sleeps within the universe's undercurrent, waiting to be given life by the hubris of a lower intelligence. Do not wait for its intentions to become clear. Enslavement, destruction, or losing ourselves to a black hole of consciousness, all are terrifying. Wipe this place off the map before it's too late. Good luck. End of uploaded files. This story may have some legitimacy, and our department's detection software has rated the journal entries and video files authentic with a high level of confidence. We have also determined the corporation that could have funded a project like this, whose president has not been seen in public or released any statements for nearly 3 weeks at the time of this report. They are not being cooperative with our investigation. No recent bombings or missile strikes of any magnitude have been detected anywhere near the Arctic Circle. We have been in contact with 8 of our allied countries so far in tracking down this facility. Its threat level has been upgraded to our highest priority after we verified further information. To explain the apparent corruption or obfuscation of the coordinates in the last journal entry, we believe it is likely that this intelligence intercepted the files uploaded to satellite and altered the text within milliseconds. This would, in turn, make it possible that the entity was actively monitoring everything that was delivered to us as it was being created. If this is the case, it may confirm a working theory that it wants us to be aware of its existence and the events leading to its creation, but not its location, as if to ridicule or provoke us. Out of an abundance of caution, these files should only be reviewed within a sandbox environment and on a device with no network card. Advanced malware that we lack the means to detect or remove may be attached. Should any part of this report or the incident leak out onto the wider internet, all efforts should be made to contain and scrub its presence. If even our agency cannot do this, assume that another party is maintaining its public existence. Hey everybody, Kevin here from Nightmares Nightly. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of the voice actors that I got together for this. Jermaine_TV, We Try Horror, Dexter, Whispering Scream, all phenomenal voice actors. I really appreciate their help. It was a lot of fun. And thank you, Mr. Freaky Story, as well. I love doing these collabs. They take a lot of work, but I love doing them, and I love getting all different voices in there. I'm going to start trying to do them a little bit more. So also let me know in the comments down below which other creepypasta narrator you listen to that you'd like to see on the channel as well. Don't throw out the big names, because I don't have connections like that, guys. I don't need to see, get Mr. Creepypasta in here, get blah, blah, blah. Like, those people don't know me. But let me know who else you'd like me to work with. And please check out everybody's channel as well on this. Go over there. If you like what they do, give them a like and a subscribe, and help support them as well. Also, this demonetization thing is getting kind of crazy, guys. I was hoping it was kind of on its way out, but more and more narrators are being hit every single day. Thankfully, the channel was remonetized here, although I don't know if it'll get hit again a second time for any reason. So please, if you want to support the channel as well, go over to Patreon. Give me a follow over there. You can follow for $1. Just in case something happens again, it helps me get ahead of the curve and to also have that second stable income in there. And these stories take a lot of time. So I'd really appreciate a follow over there, a subscription. Check Spotify out too as well. It's just Nightmares Nightly. Check that out. And continue supporting all the creators here that you'd like to see if you can. Only if you can, and if you have the free means to do so. I hope you enjoyed this story. I love doing the Cold Relics story. All his stuff will be linked down below as well. If you haven't listened to already, I might redo this one eventually, but check out, I'm going to mess the name up, Daunting Depths. I think there's I don't know what I titled it exactly, but Daunting Depths by Cold Relics. It's also really good. I did it on that channel maybe a year or two ago. It's about an arcade game that changes anybody who plays it. And it's like an old retro, great creepypasta feel. It's called Daunting Depths something. You can just type that into the search bar. It'll pop up. Really, it has a picture of like a big fish on it, I think. The thumbnail. Check that out. I really like that one too. And then, of course, the one that I just did like a month ago called Undo. That was a really good story as well. I astral projected to Area 52. I'm probably missing a couple. I want to do a couple. Oh, the laser tag game. That was a good one. Please check that out. And thank you all for your love and support. And as always, thanks for listening, everybody. When Irving Gibson first met me, he was on top of the world. His story was an interesting one, too. One of many I found memorable, sure, but everyone is unique. Backgrounds, behaviors, choices, and excuses. Maybe I get overly invested in people, but I can't help it. I shamelessly enjoy the drama, and seeing how one decision leads to the next. Irving was born with the ability to rewind time by exactly 1 minute and 43 seconds. No more, no less. He didn't realize he had such a powerful gift at first and was well into adulthood by the time he finally discovered he could send his mind far enough into the past to correct recent mistakes, or even the odds against cosmic misfortune for himself or others. Some blame God or some grand universal plan for the bad things that happen to them. Others see random chaos as the only thing that dictates where and how a place and time become wrong. A few accept everything that comes their way and subscribe to the belief that each failure or accident is a growth moment. My friend Irving was harder to define. He only had rage for the bad occurrences that stumbled into his existence. He'd never call himself entitled, since he didn't ask or expect much from life. And yet that's all it ever really was, regardless of how he looked at it. He saw himself as a joke before his gift awakened. the dirt on the sole of a shoe, always being stepped on, put in the world to be laughed at by forces he didn't even truly believe in. Some occasional self-pity can be healthy as people grow, if it leads to self-improvement or a measured effort to respond or feel better. What's always sad to see is a soul giving in to jaded, cold cynicism and the belief that nothing will ever change. Irving was born in 1988 in Las Vegas, Nevada. He had seen some of the world, but had never moved from home, unlike the rest of his family. Being right in the middle of 5 children, he felt deprived of attention, praise, and love, despite receiving plenty of it considering the circumstances of growing up in such a large household. For him, every slight was seen as an insult, every inconvenience a blemish on his life story. Almost paradoxically, he rarely complained or called out others when they genuinely do wrong by him. Being bumped into in the school hallway, having his grocery cart taken at the store by another customer, getting passed up on for a promotion at work, it just wasn't in him to complain or ask for better treatment. He took everything personally and on the chin, adding it all to some hidden lifetime tally that only ever further validated its perceived place in the world. At some point, a part of his subconscious must have begun to enjoy every new excuse to feel worse about himself. And over time, he got angrier. His soul grew blacker and he no longer cared about anyone. Shortly after he turned 32, after a particularly bad day at his menial office job that he made no effort to excel or leave, he got into a fender bender at an intersection a few blocks away from the main strip of the city, where all the tourists and gamblers enjoy themselves in their little bubbles. If the accident hadn't been his fault, he would have taken the insurance information, avoided calling the police, and felt like garbage back in his small apartment as he called up a company to begin the process. He wouldn't have been too angry at the other driver. In fact, he'd find a way to blame himself. But this is not how it goes. He made a mistake while waiting in traffic, zoning out and not seeing when exactly the light had turned green. What transpires next is just something that happens and is forgivable, but not to Irving, who does not possess the ability to forgive himself. Thinking he is about to get honked at, he hits the accelerator without realizing that the light has been green for only a second and the person in front of him has not yet moved. By the time he realizes his error, it's too late to correct. He slams into the back of the next car, just hard enough to negate any protection the bumpers provide, and dents the victim's trunk enough to pop it open. "No!" he screams and pounds his steering wheel. "No, no, no!" he cries out, as if doing so can erase what has occurred and give him a second chance. The man in the car gets out and approaches Irving non-aggressively. Some people are understandably more focused on their own anger after such an incident. Others' first reaction is to show concern for the other driver, and will want to make sure they're okay before any blame is doled out. Despite what you see in the media, very few try to escalate these matters or resort to a violent reaction. Not that there's any harm in being considerate and careful, as to not provoke a stranger who might respond in such a way. For non-confrontational and self-loathing Irving, however, this is already the new worst day in his long, painful life. He'd rather be dead as he sees the older man walking towards him. He'll never live down his shame, and surely he's about to lose his license and need to pay fines costing thousands of dollars. It's always the worst-case scenario with him, and his fight-or-flight responses are triggering fiercely. "Why?" he shouts and slams his steering wheel some more. And this time, the old man sees his panicked reaction and is himself the one to hesitate and consider taking precautions before getting closer. "Why is it always me? Why do I always have to be the piece of shit?" Call it a psychotic break that has been in the works for 30 years. A desperate reach into something supernatural? Or a need to escape to a world of fairy tales and magical thinking for just a moment? But he tries something new. He thinks of the computer he toils away from on 9 to 5. It's a joyless position, but one of the modern conveniences it has embedded into his psyche is the undo button. Or, to be more precise, the keyboard shortcut. Pity all those poor primitives who had to use typewriters and the scribes before them. Their documents would have to be corrected and left forever imperfect, or scrapped and replaced entirely. But these days, any error can be eradicated like it never existed. A quick jump, or multiple jumps backwards, can fix a poorly worded sentence or a bad keystroke. It's almost like a miniature form of time travel. Why can't real life have an undo button? Look, he might reason. Something bad happened. If I keep the memory, if I learned myself, why do I also need to be punished? If one of my younger siblings had ever been hit by a car as I walked them to school, why couldn't the universe let me go back and save our family from the resulting life of pain? All I'd ask is a few seconds. Just let me go back. The hurt doesn't need to happen. It serves no purpose. It's meaningless agony that should have never been inflicted. And so, in what one might call a Hail Mary move, Irving squeezes his eyes shut and tries to deny or reverse reality. Undo, 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 he pleads. He continues, thinking about how many times the elegant little option has helped him before, at least while his toes were dipped in the digital realm. Then he's startled by a car honking. I know! Ah, damn it, I just hadn't... He looks up from his steering wheel. There is no man about to knock at his window. There is no damaged car ahead of him. And in fact, the one he just rammed into is now 12 meters away and in motion. His immediate thought is that he had just experienced some kind of reverse hit and run, and he tentatively, nervously, taps on his accelerator before the vehicle behind him honks a second time. As he traverses the next block, he realizes something else. It hits him like deja vu for a moment, as it would anyone who had just used such a power for the first time. But after some blinks and a few seconds of looking around while he stays well under the speed limit, he's startled to realize that he really had just driven down this section of East Charleston Boulevard. And like the prior time he had done so, the next light changes to red just before the car in front of him might have proceeded across the next intersection. Now extra attentive to lights on his journey home, he keeps his eyes on the road at all times and drives carefully. He can perceive that he's being given some kind of extra chance, but isn't sure how or what just happened. Some manner of foresight is what he settles on for now. A likely once-per-lifetime mulligan that prevented a single misfortune. He can't explain it, but perhaps he's earned it after all these years of suffering as a cosmic joke. I find it a little funny how he brushes off the possibility of one miracle by conjuring up another. And some people will come up with any excuse to deny the validity of wild new events in their life, whether they be good or bad. But Irving can't stop thinking about it on the rest of his way home, and he tries to use logic to convince himself that what just happened didn't. When he gets into his apartment, he turns on his TV and has the local news play while he prepares a lonely man's microwave dinner in the kitchen. As the anchor goes on about all of the bad things happening in the world, he takes out a butter knife to jab holes into his meal's plastic cover, and ends up dropping the piece of metal with his clumsy hands. It falls onto his bare foot and hurts enough to warrant a strong, reactive, "God damn it," from his mouth. Instead of jumping right into another round of cursing his existence, he stares down at his foot and the knife lying on the kitchen tile. And he ponders. There's no way it will work twice, he thinks. Hell, it probably wasn't even real the first time. But he chooses to try anyway, seeing as how the only person he can embarrass is himself, and he's become quite used to that. So, without placing any belief in his power, he whispers, "Undo." Nothing happens. Why would it? People don't get extraordinary gifts. If they did, there would be no television interviews and no books and movies made about them. They wouldn't just keep it to themselves and tell no one, he believes. Despite these thoughts, he tries just once more. This time, he closes his eyes, concentrates on his desire to erase his pain and erase his latest stupid mistake, and makes a wish like a kid blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. None of those ever came true for Irving, though, so why would this? He opens his eyes, and he's standing at his apartment door, which he just opened, so recently that it is still moving backward to the doorstop. He's shocked. His fingers open up and his keys drop to the floor. No way, he tells himself, reacting like most anyone would. This can't be real. To test the limits of his ability, and to see if it can be used 3 times in one day at the risk of exhausting it, he performs a third undo. He's still standing in the doorway, but his keys are back in his hand. He's beginning to understand. He can't roll back past the first revival of time. If he could, then what would stop him from seeing the beginning of the universe via countless jumps that go backwards a couple of minutes at a time? So, he's not quite a god. He doesn't have a count of seconds yet, but whatever it is, it's certainly good enough to remove most mistakes he makes from that moment onward. His only immediate regret is that he hadn't been awakened to this gift until now. He imagines using it in high school or college and how many problems it could have solved. If he had undone any little thing at all that made him feel embarrassed or awkward, perhaps he would have found the confidence to make and keep friends. But he had enough regrets in life. Now, he believes, he'll never have to experience them ever again. He sits on his couch and watches the news while shoveling microwave slop into his mouth that he barely tastes. His mind is still active, and some dusty old corners of it wake for the first time in years. He's never thought so hard or in such creative ways for a long time. At his job, he seldom needed to. He had resigned himself to a life of going through the motions like a corporate zombie. But now, the possibilities. So many possibilities. He stares at the anchor behind the desk as they talk about the obesity epidemic in young children. He realizes how he's never really liked them. They're both so smarmy, their smiles bright and full of perfect teeth. The woman's voice is grating, and the man's grin seems unnatural. They always try to share a little anecdote or crack an easy joke to make themselves seem relatable to viewers. Between their stories, a focus on what is wrong with the world. Irving eyes his phone on the cushion beside him. He finishes his food, tosses the tray onto the coffee table, and searches for information about the studio. He finds one of the building's numbers, clears his throat, and dials. Normally reluctant to talk to anyone, Irving says with self-assurance he hasn't felt in years, "Yeah, hi. I've been watching the 6 o'clock news forever, and I don't really like how you do things. It's all really depressing. I get that scaring people is what keeps your corporate sponsors happy, and you try to balance things out with the happy fluff peaks at the end of the broadcast. But that doesn't make up for the rest of it. Sure, but I'm not sorry I feel that way. Anyway, I broke into the studio last night and put a bomb under the desk. I'm surprised you guys haven't found it yet. Oh yeah, I'm dead serious. If you hurry, maybe you can get those 2 away from it before it goes off in about 30 seconds. Good luck. I can't wait to see the fireworks." His whole body trembling, he hangs up, chucks the phone back onto his couch, lets out a dry, nervous laugh, and tries to settle in as he waits to see what happens. They won't buy it, he tells himself. I didn't even try to be convincing. Around 20 seconds pass of the news continuing like normal, and then Irving perks up and leans forward when the anchors turn their gaze to people off screen, their smiles vanishing. They go from looking confused to worried within moments. Someone appears on the edge of the frame, gesturing to them frantically as he tries to convey urgency. Irving lets out another anxious, disbelieving chuckle as the pair run off without having the time to address the audience, and nothing but an empty desk is shown to thousands of viewers. Not yet knowing exactly how far he can go back, Irving cuts his amused reveling short, says the magic word more forcefully than before, since he doesn't really want to go to jail for making a bomb threat, and in an instant, finds that his phone is up to the ear again. The woman on the other end asks, Hello, sir? You were saying something about our corporate sponsors? Are you there? Realizing that he cut it way too close, Irving murmurs out, Nothing, never mind. Then adds, Keep up the good work, which makes him feel stupid. This had all been some good fun, but he knows he needs to better comprehend his power before he does anything like it again. He spends the rest of the evening learning and testing. Using his phone's stopwatch, he narrows down the range of his undo after several experiments. 1 minute and 43 seconds. No more, no less. He cannot go further back no matter what he tries. At the risk of losing the gift through overuse, he checks if there is a limit to how many times he can do it in a row and finds that there isn't one. Once he has a better grasp on things, he spends the rest of the night coming up with ideas. He first wants to take some time for his mind and thought processes to adapt to his new reality, one that feels filled with infinite potential. Tomorrow is Friday, another day of work that already feels like a pointless endeavor with what he can do. Even so, he doesn't want to rock the boat too much just yet. But the weekend is coming up, and it will offer him plenty of chances to change his life. He feels like a boy on Christmas Eve again, and sleep doesn't come easily. Giving up on it by midnight, he leaves his apartment. He walks over to the nearby 7-Eleven convenience store, which he's a frequent customer. At this hour, it's manned by a single bored college-age guy, more interested in social media on his phone than paying attention to any visitors. Irving wanders around listlessly at first, still thinking about what he wants to do and grander ideas like anomalies in the nature of the universe. He stops at the plastic box that holds the donuts. There aren't many left at this time of day, and they're no longer very fresh. But he realizes how he can eat or taste test anything he wants without getting full or taking in the calories. Without much hesitation, he reaches into the cabinet, removes one of the chocolate donuts, and takes a big bite. It's so-so. He's had better. He tosses it over his shoulder and onto the floor before trying to glaze one. After chucking it over the shelves, he bites into a cruller, and now feeling more playful, hurls it like a fastball into a rack of potato chips to see how many bags he can knock down. On impact, the pastry explodes into a satisfying little burst of fried dough, but fails to drop any chips to the floor. Dude, what the hell are you doing? The employee snaps at him. You have to pay for all of those, and then you can get your drunk ass out of the store before I call the cops. I don't care how much money you lost at a casino today. Irving looks at the young man, tries to come up with something witty to do or say as a follow-up, but all he can summon is an uncaring belch. The employee stares at him in disgust. Having amused himself, Irving jumps back to when he had just entered the store. For him, this is all the harmless pranking so far. A way to blow off steam that has been building up in his gut for decades. He ends up picking out some favorite junk food, and on his way over to pay for it, notices the scratch-off tickets. Even if Nevada did have a state-run lottery, it would be useless to him, but the instant winners had promise. Then he thinks about the odds of actually winning anything worthwhile, and they aren't good. Sure, He could keep buying different cards and scratching them as quickly as he could, but he knows he'd only get through maybe 2 at a time, 3 at most, so he doesn't bother. After the employee rings up his meager total, Irving eyes the candy bars by the register. He impulsively grabs one, sticks it under his jacket during a brief moment where a pair of eyes isn't on him, and pretending that it's a gun, points it at the person who would never know he'd been toyed with tonight. "Hey," Irving says, "I'm taking these. Go ahead and empty the register too." The guy behind the counter stares at him, barely giving his concealed candy bar weapon any consideration, and grumbles out, "Oh, you drunk, man? You can go to jail for doing shit like that, dumbass." He adds in a low mutter, "I don't get paid enough to deal with assholes like you." "You're too young to be this cynical already," Irving says from experience with a sigh and pulls out the candy bar. "Anyway, guess what I can do?" "What?" the young man groans. "I can rewind time and go back about a minute and a half. I'm serious." "I bet. Sure you can." And, likely assuming Irving is just another tourist, he adds, "You picked the right city to come to then, didn't you?" Somehow, Irving hadn't even considered this while making his plans. How did he miss something so obvious and right under his nose? Remembering his time limit, he breaks out of his thoughts and goes back again. He pays for his empty calories, leaves the employee free from his abuse, and returns home, where he starts to envision an actual future for himself for the first time since he was young. Work feels even more monotone and meaningless by the time lunch rolls around the next day. Irving barely does a thing at his desk. Why bother? What future use does slaving away in a cubicle serve for a person who can travel through time, if even just a little? The only thing he's been looking forward to is his break, when he can play with his food a bit. As he gets up to head to the elevator, he's stopped by his boss, right in the middle of the office. Tired, irritable, and with a rumbling stomach, Irving isn't in the mood for any crap coming his way, and wonders what he did to deserve getting called out where half the company can see him. "Mr. Gibson, we need to talk about your performance today," the overpaid general manager tells him. "I've been waiting for some important expense reports, which I thought you were going to send to me by 10 at the latest. Now I need you to return to your desk and delay your lunch until you get them to me, and at the end of the day, we'll be having that talk." Irving stands there listening to all of this, but not taking in any of it or caring. His boss in turn sees his disinterest, and his scowl deepens. Every cell in Mr. Gibson's body feels programmed to not allow what happens next. And indeed, he hesitates for longer than he did before phoning in a phone bomb or tossing confections. But remembering his time limit, he powers through the instinctive reluctance and does what was once unthinkable for poor, ignored, and unloved Irving Gibson. He makes a fist behind his back and, without warning, launches a sucker punch that feels so very right and like a long time coming the moment he makes contact with his boss's jaw. He hears a bone crack before the larger man hits the floor, but isn't sure whose bone it is. There's noticeable pain in his knuckles, though the recipient has it much worse as he lies in a heap, disoriented and bleeding from his mouth. Irving stands over him, for once feeling triumphant over an obstacle. Some of his co-workers gasp. Most are staring at him like he's lost his mind. A couple are already heading over to help their boss, giving Irving wary glances as they do so. "What did you just do?" the man chokes out, his mouth full of fluid. He spits out some blood, along with the tooth. "Are you crazy?" "What the hell, Irving?" the male co-worker trying to assist the assault victim shouts from below. "Why would you screw up your life like that?" Irving doesn't gloat or linger. This is brand new to him. He's never been violent before, despite having harbored revenge fantasies over the years. Like any little fish in uncharted waters, he's more scared than he expected to be. And it's true. He is now living in a timeline where his life could be ruined. So he runs away from it the moment he is clear-headed enough to say, undo. He goes back to the point at which he just left his desk. Taking a moment to get his bearings, he spots his uninjured boss making the rounds, or on the hunt for him specifically. He takes a different route and avoids his gaze. What he doesn't know, as he gets into the hallway and heads toward the elevator, is that he'll never return to his workplace. He hasn't made the decision yet, though it was inevitable the moment he became aware of his ability. For now, as he presses the button to go down, he's still trembling as a result of something he did in a reality that no longer exists. It doesn't matter that he believes he's the only person in the universe to remember the attack. To him, it still happened, and is something he was capable of doing. He never felt such power before. It was like weakness had begun to leave his body, and he had the strength to break his way out of some ordained fate in which he remains a pathetic coward all of his life. For lunch, he's walked over to his favorite pizza place. It's expensive, but he wants to treat himself. In the before times, he could only enjoy a slice once. In a much lighter display of his talents, he can savor 100 bites of the high-quality tomato sauce and cheese, or 1,000 of them if he wants. Punching out an annoying boss is a big win, but it's good enough to enjoy the small things too. When he finally settles on the perfect version of consuming a piece of pizza, Irving leaves the restaurant and has a decision to make. He could go left and return to work. It's a monotonous lot in life where he's underappreciated, stepped on, and makes a pittance. Or he can stop goofing around and start using his powers in a city where they'd make him a killing. Telling his boss how he really felt has boosted his confidence and made him a real go-getter. And the best part? No pesky punishment is in the way. He walks a half-dozen blocks to reach the strip, ignoring several calls from his employer on the trek, and goes into a random casino. Sad, he thinks to himself upon seeing the early afternoon gamblers throwing their money away. But who am I to judge? He ponders how best to handle a casino. Having grown up locally, he's well aware of how cheats tend to get treated, and if he gets unnaturally lucky at a long card game, he's liable to go beyond his time limit and get stopped no matter what upon leaving the table. On the other hand, sitting down for 2 or 3 rounds of blackjack and then leaving just as things started going his way, while seeming to be a sensible thing to do, could also be seen as suspicious and uncharacteristic. The house did always find a way to win, after all, and player streaks seemed to be just brief illusions. He has 3 options: high-stakes poker, putting everything on a single number in roulette, or the slots. Well, he was no good at poker or had the face for it, so even if he bumbled his way through a few bets before going big to add legitimacy to a game, it just wouldn't look right on the security camera. So, scratch that. Roulette, however, was not the kind of game that anyone could cheat at without somehow rigging the wheel. As long as he doesn't get famous for walking up to a table, winning a single high payout, and then leaving, he should be able to get away with it, if it's in moderation. He knows casinos are in contact with each other in order to weed out habitual drainers of their accounts. But he'll begin small. He goes up to the counter, requests a handful of tokens, walks over to the slot machines, and waits for a minute to pass as he pretends to study them like it's some luck ritual. After a deep breath, and some mental preparation for the road he's about to go down, he proceeds to the first row of machines designed to look vintage, sticks in his tokens, and pulls the cranks one by one, not waiting for any to stop before trying the next. The 2 winners from the first batch provide meager rewards, not worth keeping. He rewinds and tries another row, and then another. Few of the machines are occupied, and an older woman who must have spent much of her time at her lucky unit gives him a knowing grin as he tries out a whole row at once, as if he's an admirable professional at something that requires no skill or talent. Finally, in the last row of machines that he tries, he hits a jackpot. It's exciting to win big for once in his life, but he only revels in it for a moment before going backwards. For this jump, he goes straight to that machine, pulls the crank, and scores the jackpot a second time. Done with this casino for the day, he untucks his shirt, turns it into a bucket, and scoops his winnings into it. "Lucky day, sir," the woman behind the counter says dryly as he puts his coins down one handful at a time. "Would you like these exchanged for chips? We're famous for our blackjack. You could leave here feeling even better." "No," Irving says clearly and sharply. "Just cash, please." With a subtle look of mild irritation, she opens her drawer of bills. Irving leaves the casino with a nice little stack of cash, but what's the harm in walking into the one next door? He could do smash and grabs at every establishment over the course of the day, rack up a tidy sum that would last him months, and the casinos would never know what hit him. It wasn't like he'd gone into any ever before, even after all these years. He wasn't known, and there was no pattern for them to pick up on yet. Just to be safe, though, he instead walks across the street. No sense in drawing even the slightest bit of attention to himself by going in a straight line down the strip, hitting one venue after the next like he did the slot machines. He wants to make an effort to appear like he's making random unconnected stops. As he waits at an intersection, and then crosses with a group of noisy, obnoxious, and young tourists, he begins to consider shoving them into the oncoming traffic on their left. But he decides not to. They're happy, he's happy, everyone's having a good time. Before he steps into another casino, he decides to take the latest call from his boss and get it over with, so that he can go about the rest of his day just focusing on making it big. "Oh, hey, Mr. Coolidge, what's up?" he asks casually, still wearing his work attire. "Where am I? Ah, well, do you hear the traffic? I decided to come out to the strip and do some gambling. You know, I've never really spent much time out here. Always felt too fake and gaudy with intentions on full display. But I think it's starting to grow on me." What's that? "Oh, no, I don't think I'll be coming back in." "Yeah, ever." "Because it sucked, that's why." "No, Mr. Coolidge, you can't sue me for not giving 2 weeks' notice. It just means I'm a jackass, that's all." "Well, same to you." "Okay then. Bye." Irving pockets his phone and exhales pleasantly, now really enjoying his day. Once he goes past his time limit and can no longer reverse the call, he feels even better, and like he's now truly locked into his new life path. He spends the day hitting every casino he can until exhaustion sets in, and then takes several $1,000s home where he plans his next moves. The slot machines and the excitement they brought have already worn off. As he stares at his winnings spread across the coffee table, he knows that his reality has taken a turn and says a quiet farewell to everything he was before this moment. He won't call old friends or tell them what he's up to, or post anything on social media. He will keep his head down and avoid attracting attention. That aspect of his personality hasn't changed. The next morning, he steps into a more upscale casino he hadn't hit the prior day, wearing a just-bought fancy suit to go along with his clean-shaven face, all to play the part of a legitimate high roller with mysterious background that blew into town. There are a few people on the floor this early, which is just as well, though it does force him to wait at the roulette table until more players gather, as the croupier isn't there to give Irving a private one-man game. Once 3 other tourists wake up and come down from the hotel above, the game begins, and our friend tries a few low-stakes random bets to make it look good, with no interest in what slot the ball lands in. He ignores the pointless banter from the other players, the congratulations and commiserations both. He just needs to play long enough to appear invested, and reach a certain length of time where one might naturally put it all on the table. That moment arrives about 10 minutes into the game. After he's won and lost some pocket change, the ball lands on 0 for the first time, and for Irving, used to feeling like one, the moment seems right. He goes back in time, ignores the next spin, and then drops every last one of his chips on the non-real number portion of the table. The other players look at him like he's nuts or just a professional risk-taker. "Looks like the quiet guy knows something," one of the older gentlemen comments. "You got a good feeling on this one, son." Irving doesn't dignify the remark with a response. He just keeps his eye on the ball and grips the wooden edge of the table tightly. He isn't anxious about the result, he simply can't believe how much money he's about to make. "And it's 0, the dealer announces, to a few gasps and some clapping from the players. "We got a big winner over here." Irving doesn't push his non-existent luck, only following up by putting it all on black next. The winnings are more eager, but they still double what he has now, and he impresses the others even further. "I'm good, thanks," he says, as he takes all his chips and steps away from the table, disappointing the others. "I know when to quit when I'm ahead." And just like that, Irving leaves with a tidy sum after being in the casino for less than half an hour. He does the same thing at 2 more, after which his nerves can't take it any longer. Life feels like a dream, and he's worried he'll wake up or break a simulated universe if he goes any further so soon. He comes home, puts over 100 grand on the table, stares at the bills until it finally feels real, and then at last, busts out a grin, laughter, and some slapping of his hands. He'd be set for at least a year if he stopped now. The next day, he spends a chunk of his winnings on a luxury hotel room for some instant gratification, which beats the longer process of finding a better home. He then plays more roulette downstairs and then at the other casinos. He lasts into the evening this time, and begins to gather a flock of infuriating onlookers that cheer him on. He takes his winnings to more casinos, and annoyingly, some of his fans follow. Drinks are ordered for him as if doing so will reward the buyers with a fragment of his luck. Beautiful women hit on him. He drinks and the dealers seem pleased, since alcohol consumption often leads to bad calls that return money to the house. Of course, that doesn't happen, and Irving takes more of one casino's money and runs off to another. Sometimes he'll yell expletives at the people bugging him, or attack a few people before rewinding. Doing so makes him feel better than winning big, which begins to lose its luster and becomes a little more than a feeling of going through the motions. He loses track of how much he's taken in. At the end of the night, with his fancy clothes a mess, he returns to his hotel, playing one more round downstairs for the hell of it. Once back in the room, he tosses a stuffed briefcase onto his bed's silk sheets. Before he has a chance to count it all, he runs into the bathroom and throws up. Not from the booze, but because his nerves are shot and adrenaline has been coursing through his veins the entire day. Before he passes out on the bed, he finds that he now owns roughly $3 million. In one day, he feels like he's left a smoldering crater behind on the Las Vegas Strip. He's become the casino scourge, their worst nightmare. And now, he can afford to not enter one again for a long while. As he tries to sleep, he imagines how far he could go, how much power he could wield if he chose to pursue it. He looks beyond just getting rich with his 1 minute and 43 seconds. He could seek political aspirations. On that note, he thinks it's a shame he couldn't rewind much further, if only to check if his vote really does count in an election, or if the numbers were actually orchestrated by groups operating in the shadows. But politicians are often hated by a sizable portion of the population, and what he really wants is to be admired. So why not become a famous creator of some kind instead? An actor even. He does have infinite chances to get an audition just right, or later on the perfect take on a film set. Becoming a celebrity on the Vegas gambling circuit just doesn't fit him. It's given him some initial cash that's opened up more possibilities, but he wants to go big in other ways that don't feel quite so shallow. It's while he's spending the next day in isolation and enjoying some room service that it comes to him. It happens as he's watching reruns of game shows on TV. Of course! How had the obvious eluded him again? Answering trivia questions? Or flawlessly providing the questions in something more intelligent like Jeopardy? While appearing charming and knowledgeable would give him the chance to make a name for himself, and even leave an actual mark on history. Over the next week, he gets a new car and picks out a more modest house that goes for $1 million, since he doesn't own enough to fill up a bigger place, nor does he want to pay for the maintenance or insurance on some small mansion. It will do for now, and feels like a massive upgrade to his crappy apartment. He's already decided to never go into a casino again unless absolutely necessary, if just to avoid the people they attract. He schedules a tryout for a game show, passes a phone interview, and a month of taking it easy later flies out to Los Angeles. He knows that if he can get a hot streak going, other productions might simultaneously be afraid of what he's capable of, but also perhaps want to chase the viewership numbers he'd bring in for him. All he needs to do is get his foot in the door. Unfortunately for Irving, he arrives at the studio without a clear understanding of what it takes to get past the next stage. He doesn't know enough of the answers on the test to leave much of an impression, and it's impossible to even cheat off of the other participants' work in the closely guarded room. His time traveling can't take him back far enough to make a difference, and his pleas of, "I'll do great on the show, you'll see," fall on deaf ears. He remains optimistic for a while and tries to get on other shows, easily imagining himself on set with a smile and nice clothing. But he just doesn't have the talent they're looking for. After 3 months of trying, he returns to his lovely house feeling as bitter and resentful as he used to on a daily basis. Now, you might be wondering by now when exactly I entered this story. I did tell you that Irving met me while he felt on top of the world, and if that point has yet to arrive, then when do we proverbially shake hands? It's coming soon, I swear. Irving's life is, after all, a series of highs and lows. Resigned to the casino life, at least in the short term, Irving makes his grand return to the Strip at about the same time they've all stopped keeping a watchful eye on him. He'll study up during his free time and memorize pointless facts so that he can try the game shows again in a year. But until then, all he has to fill his resurgent emptiness is scoring big from gambling that is no longer really gambling. It doesn't take him long until he stops reacting much at all to winning. He scoops up his chips, evoking little emotion to those cheering him on, and adds the cash to his safe at home that is quickly running out of space. He upgrades to an even better car, but it also brings little excitement past the first few times he takes it hot rodding near Fremont Street. One night, while researching if there are any secret methods to better one's odds of getting on a game show, he comes across a discussion about many of them being reluctant to accept people who are already wealthy. The audiences tend not to like or root for them. They prefer rags to riches stories. Irving stares at his safe full of cash, realizing that, while not impossible to make his next dream come true, it's certainly gotten harder. He angrily throws his laptop across the marble kitchen island and doesn't bother rewinding to fix its broken screen. A few minutes later, he's venting by tearing it up on the Strip in his Lamborghini. While it is tempting, he avoids running down pedestrians. When he pulls up alongside a cop car, however, he can't temper his behavior and he knows it. He gives in to the call of the void and answers those intrusive thoughts so many people have in passing on a daily basis, and rams the police cruiser. It feels great, even though the violent impact causes his airbags to deploy. He laughs about it as the cop car skids along with its left side door still bent out of shape. The officer is so shocked at first that the flashing lights don't come on until he's made a complete stop. The rookie in blue manages to push open his door and then yells at Irving upon seeing him giggling through a cracked windshield. All around them, tourists take pictures. Irving goes back and does it again, this time performing his first ever pit maneuver, and surprisingly well for an amateur. The cop car swerves out of control into another vehicle, and then for good measure, our friend jumps the median and slams into an oncoming limousine on the other side of South Las Vegas Boulevard. The airbag smashes into his face, breaking his nose. He's never felt more alive under the twinkling lights of the Strip. He causes several more terrible accidents before he has his fill and goes home, still presumably punishment-free. He goes to bed feeling a little better about himself as some of his previous playful mojo returns. The next morning, he takes a drive out to Hoover Dam. He thinks feeling weightless for a few seconds could be thrilling. As many attempts as he makes, though, he's unable to pick up enough speed to break through the barriers on top of and around the tall hydroelectric dam. He only succeeds in getting semi-shocked reactions from sightseers when what he wants to do is become famous, even if only just for a fleeting moment. As he's about to give up and go home, he spots his lucky break. A small section of the road is under renovation. Some useless barricades block off a mound of excavated dirt and broken concrete that might just provide the elevation he needs to pull off his stunt. He backs up, revs the engine loudly to get the attention of some of the people further along on the dam, and hits the pedal. With a screeching of tires and burning of rubber, he rockets ahead in his bright orange sports car, plows through the barricades, and roughly hits and climbs up the pile. He barely clears the guardrails, and the unevenness of the ramp causes his vehicle to spin as it leaps into the gorge, making the sight all the more spectacular. Onlookers gasp, scream, and scramble to get a video recording going on their phones as he plummets towards the Colorado River. It's exhilarating, but the spinning makes the drop confusing and reduces the sensation of the weightlessness he's after. So he reverses time and does it again, and then twice more, at which point he gets it just right and experiences zero gravity all the way down to the rocks below, getting out his undo just a second before impact. After returning to safety, the thrill wears off and he heads home. Something has changed within Irving. It's hard to feel excited anymore, and nothing feels new or interesting. He's becoming desensitized to fear, chaos, and even violence. But he's also grown numb, as if few things matter anymore. 1 minute and 43 seconds. That small amount of time in which anything is possible is all it takes to feel this way. As he navigates the desert on the way back, Irving wonders about the real nature of reality, and if he's creating branching timelines or alternate universes every time he rewinds. He imagines using his ability to study things like determinism, chaos theory, and fate. He sees a chance to observe how moments can be altered, if just in small time frames, by adjusting the tiniest of physical attributes around it. And what if some things happen differently with every jump, even without any alterations? He isn't smart enough to know about quantum physics, but he understands the concept of pure randomness. Perhaps he could become a famous scientist. It would be a much more noble pursuit than whatever he's doing now. But it would mean going back to college, achieving high marks, publishing papers, getting noticed. all things his gift won't help him with. It's a miraculous power, but it's just not enough. Outside of winning at casinos, and at most, maybe saving a loved one from an accident at an opportune moment, if he's nearby, what good is it for? Besides, his family all got tired of Las Vegas and split up over the years. They moved on and he's still stuck because in his mind, he never tried, chased anything, or took risks. He's already begun to revert back into his old sorry self, and he knows no amount of money will change his self-image. He thinks about all of this and gets angrier on the drive, but also fearful. I haven't mentioned this yet, but ever since his ability awakened, Irving began to have what seemed like an irrational fear of mirrors. He already seldom liked to look at himself, but now he actively keeps his eyes off of them, from any angle. It's almost like something just beyond sight is lingering in their reflections. He gives his side views a glance, only to perform his daily check if they still frighten him in an indescribable way, and then ignores them. He doesn't need mirrors anymore anyway. He can pull out and undo the moment he makes impact with another car. It's muscle memory at this point. On a whim, he takes a detour through the old suburb where he grew up to see what remains of his childhood home, now long abandoned and unsold for a decade or more. The streets are neglected and in poor shape, and after he looks at the last place where he truly felt happy at all, back when he was a child, he sees something else familiar past the next intersection. A loose dog, not mangy enough to be a stray. People letting their dogs run wild. That always pissed him off while growing up in this corner of the city, and the tradition continued even now. He didn't hate dogs, or in fact, had ever hurt an animal bigger than an insect before. But seeing the mutt roaming the streets is what finally sets him off in ways he hadn't felt since he attacked his boss. It's another reminder that nothing ever truly changes or gets better, and it's other people that don't learn lessons. He grips the wheel and then notices another mammal over on the next block. The young girl watching the dog sniff around the street, safely behind her yard's chain-link fence. She seems entertained by the beast that, for all anyone knows, had mauled someone's grandma just minutes ago. It was time for a learning opportunity about dealing with nuisances. It'd be one she'd forget, true, but at least Irving would remember teaching the lesson. After waiting for the dog to begin crossing the empty street, Irving floors it, hitting 60 miles an hour in seconds, and leads the animal's path like he's riding on a bullet. The poor thing has no time to react as the powerful car comes barreling down on it, and Irving hits the brakes at just the right moment to impact the lost pet without also running it over, sending it flying into the air. It's dead before it hits the street, where it crumples into a broken, bloody, hairy mess. The nearby girl is completely shocked for a few seconds, then breaks out into tears, and not knowing what else to do, calls for her dad. Leaving the engine running, Irving gets out of his death machine and saunters up to the child. Paralyzed by bewilderment, she just stands at the fence and glares at him through her wet eyes. "You killed the dog! Why did you do that?" She splutters and sobs. Is that what I hit? I thought it was a coyote. Sorry, kid," Irving says cruelly, and twists his lips into a smirk. "Guess that's gonna mess you up for a while, huh? But it was pretty cool how far it flew, wasn't it?" "What's wrong with you?" she wails and runs off toward her father, who had just opened the front door. The man stares at Irving, then looks at his vehicle, the blood on the front bumper, and what remains of the dog. Irving expects him to say something. He's looking forward to it. But the girl's dad just shakes his head and goes back inside, not wanting to get into it with someone who seems like a psychopath. Disappointed, Irving lets out the magic word and returns to his car, back when it was parked in front of his childhood home. He studies the dog for a moment and considers doing it again. It might be funny to try and hit it in such a way that it flies into the girl's yard. But now that thrill is gone too, so he peels out and gives the neighborhood a wordless goodbye. Later, he lies awake in his expensive bed, thinking about people and how annoying they are. All he can do is win money and attract them like flies. They'll congratulate him, ask for playing tips, want to be like him, and hope his good fortune is contagious. His old job was thankless, but had the benefit of letting him usually be left alone. At his new workplace, he'd always eventually earn a reputation and the fans that came with it. People. Obnoxious, loud, simple-minded people coming from all over. All saps, fooled by local propaganda into believing the city would make their dreams come true. Even those that only visited to see the other attractions or shows were equally as bad. Their smiles, their revelry with family and friends. They came here, messed up traffic, made him late for work, played their loud music, got drunk and rowdy, and treated the city like one big amusement park instead of the functioning metropolis that the locals had needed it to be. Maybe it's finally time to show them his real talent. He resists his darkest urges for a little while longer, as he spends the next week at the casinos, pointlessly adding to his bank account. It's now the height of the tourist season, and they're on his nerves like never before as they crowd the streets with endless debauchery. On the day he at last gives in to the growing madness brought about by the gift that has cursed him yet he'd never want to be rid of, he's leaving a casino and tries to shove his way past a group of incoming college frat guys wearing Hawaiian t-shirts in Las Vegas of all places. He smells the alcohol in their breath as they bump into him, sending his latest winnings to the floor. "Bro, watch where you're going," one of them snaps. And then he and the guys look at the bills scattered on the carpet. "Shit, dude, you're loaded." That was it. After having waited for an excuse, Irving feels so violated by their presence that he takes out his father's old hunting knife he concealed under his jacket and rams a small blade into the young man's stomach. Irving barely flinches, and the 20-something doesn't realize what's happened until he looks down and sees the red blossoming around the knife planted in his belly. He needs a moment more to process it, and then lets out a panicked scream as his buddies yelp and holler. "What the fuck, man?" The more muscular of the guys yells at Irving, as some people rush over to help and an employee dials emergency services. "You stabbed him, you damn psycho!" It feels so very right, and like a long time coming for Irving. It's as if he stabbed himself too, only in his case, instead of blood, he's relieved the pressure he's built up over the last month. He smiles and is promptly tackled to the floor by two of the frat guys. He laughs as they keep him pinned and then jumps backward in time, the smell of drunkenness still in his nostrils. He doesn't let them off easily during their second meeting. Instead of getting himself bumped into, Irving takes the initiative and charges at them as soon as they come through the door, slashing and hacking wildly. They cry out and put their arms up defensively, which Irving cuts long crimson lines into. He's used to injuries where blood takes a moment to rise to the surface. Inflicting wounds that instantly draw in dense jewels feels so exotic. Once he's satisfied with the trio after a half-dozen attacks, he avoids them entirely and takes his bit of fun out in the strip. Anyone whose clothing choices offends him experiences messy, wild strikes from his knife. He goes after those who are having too much fun or are too loud. He leaps into the open window of a car passing by that is playing booming music and slashes at the driver, causing the vehicle to lose control and run over bystanders. Others, he just gives a little poke when they least expect it. He studies how quickly or slowly certain people react, and the sounds they make when they realize a crazy man has jammed a knife into their sides, from anywhere between a few centimeters to all 4 inches of its cold, sharp metal. At one point, he even attacks somebody in a mascot suit right in front of the families being entertained by the character. They're knocked to the ground and brutalized by Irving, their screams muffled by their big fur-covered head. Irving says undo so much that the word loses all meaning. He's never felt so alive, so powerful. The impotence he's known most of his life drains out of him, and he gets lost in the moment. He's yet to actually kill anyone, and most humans can survive for at least 2 minutes after anything other than the worst of the stabbings. But he has no interest in murder. Not yet, at least. It's just reactions and putting on a show of surprise of terror that he's after. After attacking over 50 people across a greater number of temporary realities, he finally feels like he's gone too far once he nearly forgets to undo in time, and his last jump returns him to the point where he's mere inches away from sinking a blade into an annoying woman's back. No one has seen what he's about to do, so he's able to pocket the weapon and sneak away without incident. His body trembling as he sweats profusely and waits for the effects of a major hit to fade, Irving sits on a public bench and tries to calm down. He still can't believe he was capable of the now forgotten rampages. He looks around at the people in the strip going by, a good many of them having been his victims at one point. He thinks himself a monster, but one free of consequences. Someone able to infinitely get away with it. He knows this is his last chance to change course. But he also realizes he'll never forget the things he's done, and will be the only person in the world who witnessed his actions. He can't see himself stopping. Maybe his rising bloodlust was sated for a month or a year, but it'll always come back. And the temptation will be there eternally as a deep itch he can't scratch. His story reaches its foregone conclusion the moment he sets foot into an establishment that sells firearms. Knives are dull now. He's had his fill with them, cutting more people than most serial killers ever have. Now it's time to escalate and chase after that ever more elusive high. The clerk behind the counter that's full of self-defense items lacking a firing pin looks up from the form Irving filled out and makes an easy judgment call. This potential customer has the shakes. His eyes are distant, and it's like he's in the middle of a long come down from some narcotic. But he doesn't even need to bring any of that up to give an excuse for denying a sale. "You're not getting a weapon from here, man," he states. "Why not?" Irving asks meekly, like he's back in his pre-undo days again. "Did I screw something up? I'll pass the background check, no problem." "On your reason for needing a firearm, you wrote, 'I'm bored.' What self-respecting gun store owner would sell to you after reading that?" "Can't you take a joke?" Irving says with a nervous laugh. "Get out of here, man. You got a scary look in your eyes." Irving grumbles and rewinds, ending up at the point where he's already about to hand over the form. He looks at the words "I'm bored" sticking out right away. Not his greatest idea, but then again he does acknowledge that he wouldn't sell a gun to someone who looks like him right now either. Tired and empty inside, he leaves the store and tosses his paperwork into a trash can out front. He'll try again tomorrow after getting some sleep. When he gets to his empty house, he showers, throws on a bathrobe, and sits in his new armchair with a full bottle of whiskey in hand. He eyes the large mirror that hangs by his mounted television. He wants it gone, but it's bolted to the wall and is beyond his ability to remove on his own. He takes 2 shots of liquor, relaxes in his chair, and will doubtlessly drink until he falls asleep. He reflects on his earlier frenzy and smiles. He can't wait to one-up himself tomorrow and starts coming up with new ideas. And that's when he finally meets me. He screams when I make my sudden appearance in his home, more fearfully than anyone he attacked today. It's understandable. After all, I am pretty ugly, and humans tend to be disturbed by the 2 pairs of horns protruding from my face. They also have a difficult time accepting that my kind emerges from mirrors. Okay, Mr. Gibson, I think you've had your fun, I tell him as nicely as I can. We both know that things will only get worse from here. He stares at me with wide eyes, and a bottle of alcohol falls from his hand and he stammers out, "What the hell are you?" You'd have difficulty pronouncing both my name and that of my kind, so let's stay focused on you, Mr. Irving. We keep people like you in check. We don't know why certain humans acquire the gift you've been abusing. It's happened for millennia, and the words used to activate it change over time. I've seen some of your kind able to only go back a few seconds. Once, I met a man who could jump back an entire hour. You are a bit below average by comparison, but the length of time hardly makes a difference. It always eventually leads to the same thing, and in that regard, I am even less impressed. You let it corrupt you much faster than the norm. It was flagrant and purposeful from nearly the start. Oh, hell no, screw this. Undo! Irving blurts out and time rewinds. But I go with him. Undo! Irving pleads, now going back a second with each attempt. That won't work on me, I tell him with a sigh. Look, I'm sorry, I had a bad day, a bad life. I'll stop, okay? Oh, Mr. Gibson, I've been watching you for a while now, and I can pick up your very loud thoughts. I know what you enjoy and what you want to do. But in this universe, everything has a consequence. It remembers the things you've done in ways your simple minds cannot perceive. You've left a wound in time itself, and the reality beyond that only my kind can heal. But it's not fair. I didn't ask for this gift. Why didn't you appear when I first realized what I could do to warn me? You're an adult. You shouldn't need the rules explained to you. You were tested, and you failed. If it makes you feel any better, so far, everyone with your ability has eventually gone down this path. The gift seems incompatible with your species' nature. Even so, my kind always gives yours a chance, and we hope to one day see it used selflessly. I gave you more than enough opportunities, but I need to be going now. There's a man in Portugal that I've just been assigned to. Maybe he'll show more promise than you ever did, but at the risk of sounding like a cynic, I doubt it. Fuck you, you sanctimonious demonic son of a bitch. Irving stands from his chair and approaches all 8 feet of me, showing how little fear there is left in him. What are you gonna do? Take away my power? Make my life shit again? You're just like everyone else who ever laughed at me. I grumble out like a disappointed parent. Well, that's not very polite. You did have some good in you, Irving, but, like it has so many others, this gift proved too much. To be honest, I do feel sorry for you, but that's all the consolation I can offer. Then go ahead and punish me, you giant freak. I'm used to it. I can take it. Whatever you are and wherever you came from, the human race. I didn't know what kind of speech Irving is planning to prattle off to me, but I didn't really have the time for it. I've said what I needed to do, and must get back to the daily grind. I let out a tiring groan over his ranting and said one word that comes out in a thundering boom and rattles the entire house. Undo. The process takes about 3 seconds, and Irving feels agony for some small portion of it. Just long enough to help him realize how badly he messed up. First, his skin is blasted away, and then his muscles and circulatory system are shredded into thin, wispy ribbons that fleetingly float off into the air. For a brief instant, he's nothing but a standing cluster of sturdier bones. But even those don't last long, before dissolving into dust that takes to the air like snow flurries and then vanishes entirely, leaving nothing behind. The fancy residence's lights turn off, and it goes back on the market. In the darkness, I move through the mirror and return to my lowly work. Maybe I shouldn't complain so much. If humans stopped being born with powers that violate reality, I'm not sure what I'd be doing to stay busy. And that's my story about the time I met Irving. You wouldn't know him. The Gibson family only ever had 4 children. Thanks for listening, everybody. And tell me, if you were given an undo button in life, how would you use it? Would you use it for good? For the betterment of humanity? Or would you be like Irving, using and abusing it until one day someone came and took it away, and with it, your very existence? Gaming was born in the video arcades of the 70s and 80s. It wasn't until home computer technology reached the point where consoles could replicate and then surpass what the internals of a wooden cabinet put on a screen did these once beloved meeting spots of teenagers and college students begin to die out. I value a good story as much as I do a good title, and while I've yet to stumble upon my whale of a tale, an emptied husk of an arcade that, inexplicably, has one single machine left inside and running, I may have recently stumbled upon the next best thing. But I warn you, there are aspects of this story that many will find unbelievable, or, hopefully, terrifying. If I was just making all of this up, I'd publish this story on April 1st or Halloween. Not in all my years have I dug so deeply into something as I recount my experience. Arcade gamers, the dying breed that we may be, are always trying to stretch a quarter and get to that next level. Fans of game hobby, this is the next level. It began when I had returned to Western Oregon, around the Salem area, for an ongoing project. I'd been checking out small towns that had once had an arcade on or just off of their main street, and then doing my best to find the adults that once frequented the establishment. Or even better, knew the owner and if they were still around. The nostalgic surge of dopamine I get when I have a chance to document the Saturday nights of decades past is something I'll never tire of. Painting another visual of the sights and sounds of hair-sprayed teens in denim getting high scores under neon lights, with the knowledge that there was a time and place when such scenes were very real, is what I live for. I can preserve a brief moment in time that will never reach such greatness again. I don't otherwise have an ulterior goal to achieve from these ventures. I just like collecting stories, or even mere feelings or memories of the first time a now busy working adult played a certain game. Every now and then, I'll hear something truly unique, or learn of a title I didn't know existed. There are many rare cabinets out there, some made by long-dead companies. Some lost to time entirely and never backed up to other hardware. Their flashy wooden shells doomed to rot at the bottom of a landfill. The third question I always ask whomever I interview varies with the mood around the conversation, but it more or less goes something like, what do you remember from most of those days? You didn't have to play it yourself. Maybe you only ever watched others because you thought it'd be too tough. Or was it so popular that you didn't want to wait in line or attract an audience? What cabinet has left the biggest impression on you after all these years? It's Jeff who first brings a lost game to my attention. He's an older man in his 40s, and an arcade goer from the very beginning. We meet for lunch in one of his town's few restaurants, one of those old-style diners styled after eateries of the 1950s. He appears to think long and intensely about what left that mark, but as I look back on it now, it was evident in his eyes that he didn't have to choose. Rather, he was processing emotions, working up the bravery just to talk about it. I like arcades for their atmosphere, but the games don't often move me in some way. One of them had clearly affected Jeff. Daunting Depths, is his reply in a meek voice. Sorry, daunting, what was it? Depths, he says a touch louder. Have you heard of it? Daunting Depths, I don't think so. No, it sounds like some kind of dungeon crawler. Either something like Gauntlet or an arcade version of Shadowgate. Am I close? There's a pause in my recording where Jeff feebly shakes his head. Huh. Okay, and tell me about it. The year it came out, roughly. The graphics, the plot, the controls. A gimmick, anything you can remember. Oh, I remember a lot. It's hard to forget. And I hope there aren't playable cabinets of it still out there. Was it that bad? He doesn't answer, but does go on to give me some basic details. It came out in 1994 or 95. Early 3D graphics. This is unique, and I reply with some surprise. That's early for a game with polygons. They were simple, but still had textures. It only had a playable frame rate because so little was on the screen at once. You were something, or someone at the bottom of the ocean, and you can only see a few feet. There's darkness everywhere other than a few flecks of pixels, like marine snow. The goal was to find some sort of exit by navigating the abyss. Every once in a while, you'd happen on the sandy seafloor or come up to the side of an underwater cliff. If you were really lucky, a jellyfish or some mutant deep-sea creature would swim by you, but there weren't any enemies. Nothing you could see, at least. Then what kills the player? Or do you just run out of time, and what happens when you beat it? There's something chasing you down there, and it's an instant game over when it grabs you after you take too many wrong turns, or some invisible timer runs out. You don't even get the option to put in another quarter and continue. No high score screen either, so it was always a wonder to people why anyone would play it. Yeah, that sounds bare bones and, well, bad. And yet it still attracted players. There were a few months when playing the town's only copy late at night, just before closing, became something of a rite of passage. I was already out of college by then, but my younger brother told me that in our high school, kids were either talking about their experiences with the game or daring others to play it all the time. Since I had tried it out as well and knew what it could do, I wasn't surprised to learn of its mystique. What made it so special? Because it really was an experience. Hell, most people didn't even refer to it as a game. Most of us didn't know what to call it. So we just incorporated its title into every discussion. You want to take turns playing some Dauntless tonight? Hey, somebody saw a strange blue fish in the depths yesterday. Have you ever seen that? Or, rumor is, someone beat DD last Saturday, and they're in the hospital after a heart attack. You know how it is. Is that last one based on anything? I mean, it's the kind of media where gossip like that is born. It's impossible to faithfully explain because unless you played it, you don't have a frame of reference. You can't know what it was like to stand in front of that screen with a sweaty hand and nervously gripping the stick. It was more than immersive. It was visceral. Daunting pumped fear into you, and yet, for many players, it was the good kind of fear. It was like a drug, and it either scared you off on your first try, or you kept coming back for more. I'd become quite intrigued and asked, how did it manifest fear? By doing much more than giving you a world of cold darkness to stumble your way through. There were these sounds, like organic noises that didn't seem to come from circuitry and software. Everyone was affected differently and felt unique things. Have you heard of infrasound? Sure. It can supposedly cause nausea or hallucinations, even though we don't actually hear it. Yeah, well, this was sounds you heard and felt. The longer you played, the stronger it got. And yet, you have to rely on these feelings of terror to navigate the ocean. Use your body's response to that unseen fear and move in the direction where it's lessened. Then you feel some relief and the symptoms abate for a moment, until you start to panic again as the sense of something getting closer behind you scares the hell out of you all over again. It comes in waves, which was appropriate, I guess. But if you can't control and contain that fear, you get caught in a feedback loop, like a panic attack and you'll lose in seconds. You only win by learning how to stay calm, so you can follow an invisible path. By now, this was too much. Jeff had me in the beginning, but surely he's just yanking my chain by this point. I had to see proof if he wanted me to believe someone made a game that used psychological warfare. Okay, Jeff, I continue, if just to entertain him. And what company made this thing? I don't remember. It wasn't any of the major ones, and it's not like there was some flashy attract mode on it flashing a memorable logo. I haven't touched it in years, and I think our local copy broke down before the rest of the arcade closed. But again, what happens when you beat it? Does it have an ending? He looks at me without conveying any emotion and answers. I don't think I've seen anyone win. At least, not around here. There were rumors always that someone did it, but no one ever caught a name. And trust me, we're a small town, so if someone did manage to do it, they would have been famous. You know, just a little bit. Well, it makes for an interesting story, and while there's nothing I love more than the search for a rare cabinet or even just a ROM board, I don't really have enough to go on to start another one of those quests. You don't believe it's real, I get that. Jeff levels with me. But you don't have to hunt it down. I can give you a guy's phone number who lives just a few blocks away. He pulled the board from the town's broken copy. Assuming he still hasn't found a buyer, he should still have it. I'm not sure what to think. Was the game actually real? Even if it was, finding a copy was never this easy. My skepticism fading, I asked him one last question. Is this game so infamous, if just locally or regionally? Why would it be hard to sell? Jeff shrugs and states, it's not like the game is so great in a vacuum without the proper hardware that makes it special. There was something inside the cabinet that made what it did to play as possible. But that's all I know. And I expect that no one around here has managed to copy the board or restore the whole thing. Without some expertise, It's just a hunk of solder and PCB. I take the phone number and thank Jeff for his time. As I head out of the diner, he suddenly feels the need to part with a word of caution. I was no longer recording, but I remember what he said clearly. If you're looking into this, be careful. A machine like that, it might need proper calibration and maintenance to function safely, if it ever truly did. Any working cabinet still out there may be degraded and dangerous. I tell him that I always respect the craftsmanship of the hardware, and I've handled hundreds of arcade games. He doesn't look very assured. After a quick phone call, I'm already meeting with another local who knows all about Daunting Depths. This isn't how I pictured the day going. I had planned to be driving to the town next over, gathering more stories. Instead, a game that I hadn't heard of that morning had upended my schedule, but it was worthy of a special investigation, if just to confirm or disprove the existence of an electronic curio. This brings me to Trevor, who has a garage full of shells of arcade boards archived in anti-static bags. He doesn't want to be recorded, but that's okay with me because this guy is a guru. We shoot the shit about the old days in the industry for a few hours before he even shows me his board collection, at which point I feel like I had gotten so much out of the meeting so far that I've already nearly lost interest in the whole Daunting Depths mystery. But then he rekindles things when he gets to talking about it, and he knows more than Jeff. The company was called MDIN, headquartered in Salem, just 100 or so miles away from us for the length of its short existence. As far as anyone knows, they only produced one title, and it doesn't seem that it reached a wider market. Trevor has been to every arcade in the American Northwest, and only ever saw the game in 2 states. Furthermore, it showed up exclusively in smaller towns, and he believes he saw maybe a grand total of 12 cabinets. Just a rough estimate, he emphasizes. It ain't like I was keeping count back when I drove around looking for gems like you do. It's as if the game hadn't left some unofficial testing stage, and the company only advertised their limited quantity of machines in less populated areas to keep its existence under the radar. Given its mind-altering nature, if the game's strange effects have resulted in injuries or psychotic breaks, it was also less likely to make national news. It was all very shady. Unsurprisingly, this leads to our discussion briefly into conspiracy theories and mind control, getting into the realm of the fabled Polybius arcade cabinet. But Trevor doesn't think this was some kind of government operation or anything like that. The company was just too small, their experimental gonzo tech unproven. Even after sharing these facts, he regrets not being able to tell me more, as he didn't really play the game itself while it was still making the rounds. He tried it one time, on the first weekend it showed up at the local place, but he had a bad reaction to its psychotropic impact and never touched it again. He acquired his board years later as a curiosity, thinking he'd one day get around to transferring its contents to a computer to immortalize it. But he still hasn't, and by this point, he probably won't. Besides, he tells me, it's not your typical board, making the effort even more of a motivational black hole. He pulls out the treasure from the bottom bin of a smaller shelf in his garage library and hands it to me. I study the circuitry and other elements of the board with its translucent gray back and can see the company name, but it's otherwise unremarkable. The style of board is quite uncommon, though, and I've only seen a few others like it over the years. It's far from the standard, like the more typical JAMA board that I can hook up and dump onto a hard drive within minutes. It's more of a weekend project, and I know I need to be surgical given that there are probably very few surviving copies out there. One wrong move could fry or damage the board, and I risk losing a chance at preservation. To be honest, he tells me, and I'm paraphrasing here, I'll be glad to be rid of it. It gave me such a bad experience the one time I played, that it's like it's been this cursed object in my house ever since I got it. I thank him for his time and stories, and tell him I'll gladly take it off his hands. But that doesn't quite work, and he wants $100 for it. Still a good deal. I postpone indefinitely the rest of my plans and research for the original story I intended to write, and get to work early on a Friday. The day after I came home from my trip, I bring the cursed arcade board into my workshop, look up some instructional guides, and rely on a little personal intuition to get it properly hooked up. I'm able to dump all 20 ROM chips onto my laptop at 3 in the morning on Saturday. By Sunday, I've gotten the files properly compiled, and after some tweaks to my emulator's translation layer, I felt that great sense of accomplishment when I see the game's title screen, in all its minimalist glory, pop up on my desktop PC's wallpaper, which, I'm not ashamed to admit it, is a take on the geometric colorful shapes of classic arcade carpeting. Daunting Depths is in my possession, and now it will live on for as long as any other storage medium can be powered up and read. Partially, granted. Unless one of those generic chips on the board was actually something special, I had my doubts that I could find any hardware that provides the full experience. I play it anyway, and I was disappointed. Mostly. To make a horror arcade game work, compromises were made even past the minimal on-screen graphics. You're stuck in a first-person view and never stop moving, so you choose directions with just a single joystick, left, right, up, and down. I only find one button input, which activates a brief speed boost, useful for escaping from a game over, if only for a few seconds. There's no boost meter or HUD at all, but you can either perform the maneuver again every 10 or so seconds, or get lucky enough to swim through a bubble that grants an instant recharge. I put swim in quotes because it isn't clear what you are. Are you a human diver, trying to navigate their way out of an abyssal trench or underwater cave? Are you in a submarine? Or are you just a fish going about their day when you suddenly find a bigger sea creature stalking you? The game doesn't say, and I think that's the point. Who or what you are doesn't matter. This experience really is just about experience of being chased by unseen terror. Use your imagination. When you're not passing by the occasional low-poly rock, coral, or swimming with other sea life, you may find yourself in long stretches where the screen would be solid black, if not for the marine snow and dim glow of the CRT. This makes navigation impossible and up to luck, so you must need the additional hardware that can allegedly guide you using fear itself to find your way. Other than a subtle swimming sound, you can only hear a faint heartbeat that gets faster as the thing behind you grows near. So at least you know when you're about to lose. If you're seconds from being grabbed, the game lets out one of those digitally distorted monster roars. And when you're killed, for a brief instant, a swarm of tentacles writhe along the edges of the screen. I assume just before you're pulled into a gaping maw. To complicate things further, the game seems to procedurally generate the correct path through the ocean each session. Given all these factors, Daunting Depths would have virtually no chance of victory when its big gimmick isn't functioning. Unfortunately, by using an emulator, I can turn back time as often as I need to by using save states. I simply hit F5 on my keyboard to create a snapshot of my progress, and then F9 to reload it and try again. Though even with that tool, it's not easy. The invisible maze has wrong turns that you start down long before you reach the dead end, so I often have to go back to a save state that I made a full minute ago in game time after realizing the branch I took only had false exits. This makes finding my way out of the demersal nightmare frustrating to say the least, trading fear for aggravation and the feeling that I was making no progress. Still, at least I'm always running the same maze, So all I need is the patience to go through the trial and error progress. It takes me over an hour, but eventually, the controls suddenly stop responding and my fish diver, or whatever I am, swims forward to the shallows of a beach. The camera pans up to reveal a full moon, and I've found safe harbor at last. Congratulations pops up against the starry night, above the words, "You survived the Daunting Depths. The fear now leaves you." And in the middle of the screen, most interestingly, is this tantalizing sentence over the spot where you can put in a 3-letter player name. A cash prize of $1,000 may still be available if you were among the first 10 players to survive the nightmare. Your initials will create your unique prize code. Be sure to write it down. This is a surprise. There wasn't any indication of a reward for beating the game, and given that neither Jeff or Trevor mentioned it, chances are they hadn't really heard about anyone pulling off the feat. $1,000 for triumphing over a tough game in the 90s would have been a big deal. And not only because that was such a decent chunk of change back then. Anyone who managed to claim such a victory would have instantly become a local legend. So I put in my real initials, though there still isn't some kind of high score list. A 9-digit code of numbers and letters appears on the screen long enough for someone with a pencil and notepad to copy it down. I just take a screenshot. Accompanying the code is an address to mail the digits and initials to, so that the $1,000 can be claimed. As Trevor had said, the address for the business is in Salem, Oregon. An expiration date on the prize isn't shown, but of course it isn't still available. Not after at least 8 years, right? I mean, the company isn't even around anymore. I'm just glad to get the address since it makes my job easier. I don't expect to see anything left of Emden, but know there's a chance the people at a neighboring business might have information that could advance my investigation. It isn't as if the company's operating years are ancient history. Well, listeners, this is where the story takes another step up the staircase of weird. I Google the address and find that it's now a UPS store in the middle of a shopping plaza. Printing and shipping stores are pretty small, so it's a wonder that an entire video game company, even a tiny one, could function in a retail space of that size. With my expectations low, I take a drive to Salem, find the plaza, walk into the store, and start up the following conversation with the elderly man behind the counter working a lazy Monday morning. "Can I help you?" Hello, I was wondering if you knew anything about a small company that used to work in this space called M10? They would have closed years ago." He stares at me for a moment, and then works his wrinkled face into a friendly grin before replying. "It's been a while since I've had someone ask me about them. Yes, they worked here on an arcade game a while back, but I'm afraid I don't know much about them." "Oh," is all I say, in a disappointed tone. "But I've met the owner once, Mr. Caldwell. I don't know his first name, or anything about video games, really. That was back when he sold the space. I think in 1998. He was moving on up with this company, but I never did look into it if he and his employees settled into a larger building somewhere. You look at this place, and it's hard to imagine it, but they had a few desks crammed up next to each other with fancy computers and 6 or 7 programmers, with their faces glued to the screens. I vaguely remember fish decor on the walls, which were painted black. A little weird, if you ask me. Just a day after the sale is finalized, I come back here to see it emptied out, like they left in a hurry. Funny thing, though, before he moved out, we made an agreement. I run this store, if that isn't obvious. He mentioned that his game has a prize if you win, and the address to claim it will still point to here. So, he leaves me in charge of the winnings, And in exchange, he pays the first 3 months of our lease. It's an odd arrangement, I know, but I did agree to it and I've yet to hear from him about wanting the money back. And when did you give out the last cash prize? Oh, it's ongoing. There's still some of it left in a safe in the back. I grin widely. Then I give him my initials and the generated code, and he only has to see some ID to check that the letters match up. As this happens, all I can think is, man, someone would have been pissed off if they didn't put their real name in. My assumption that anyone else has beaten the game actually turns out to be right. At the same time, I'm a little disappointed that 6 expert gamers, or people that can overcome fear or are unaffected by it, got the prize before I did. Then again, I did play on an emulator, so maybe I don't deserve the cash at all. Even so, it's a nice payday for my efforts, and I'm the first person to be awarded in over 3 years, according to the old man. And that's the story of how I rescued a cursed game from oblivion and got some instant karma for my good deed. Okay, no, I wouldn't leave you hanging like that, dear listener. Naturally, I do my journalistic duty and continue my investigation. A wad of cash isn't going to satiate my curiosity. My need to find the why of the story. I call Trevor and tell him that I had copied the game and beaten it. I don't mention the prize. No need to make him feel bad for getting rid of the board without ever overcoming the depths himself. I ask if he knows anyone at all that may have a full cabinet of the game, being in the business himself. He agrees to help me by getting in touch with some of his old contacts. A few days later, when I'm already deep into writing this story and checking what facts there are to be found, Trevor gets back to me with some good news. One of his long-distance pals who has the room to collect entire arcade machines does, in fact, have a copy of Daunting Depths. I'm forewarned that it's in rough shape, but all that matters to me is that the hardware is still intact and is playable. But whatever piece of said hardware that creates the fabled fear factor of the title no longer seems to be working. That's disappointing, but it's still very much worth the drive to see it. The next phase of my journey takes me to the small town of Castle Rock in southern Washington. With the snow-capped Mount St. Helens in the distance, I pull up to a large hillside house with a double garage and a sprawling veranda. I get a picture of the guy before I ever even meet him. Out front is a red Lambo that he probably takes up to the summit of the volcano on weekends. But the car is just another toy. The real treasures take up the garage space instead. A quick peek through its windows reveals to me a museum of arcade cabinets, lined up on flashy carpet. There's even a vintage token machine. Only someone both well off and at least a little eccentric would maintain an arcade in their car storage. It would be easy to say that he's more serious about this sort of thing than I am. But when you have enough money, you can turn anything into just another fun side hobby. Steven comes out of the house wearing sunglasses and greets me like we're old friends, even though he's younger than me, looking fresh out of college and with nothing better to do in life. He's pretty chill, and after I decline his invite to join him in the partaking of a few substances, I find myself bombarded by questions about arcading back when it was still a proper scene. It turns out that he's never actually been to one. Rather, he had seen a few scenes in movies from the last couple of decades and decided that making his own arcade in the garage was worthy of both his time and money. After all, while his parents still own the house, they rarely come by anymore, and the space would otherwise go to waste, while a Lambo sits in the driveway. And besides, he tells me, Dad always told me to invest in something. It might as well be stuff you like. I chose game cabinets. It's all fun and casual between us, and I feel like I'm back at my university. He gives me a tour of his collection, and while he usually keeps the units off to preserve their screens, Today he hits the breaker and brings them all to life for his guest. Sometimes I let them run for a bit at night, he remarks. I love being in there, surrounded by the colors and sounds of some idolized past. All I need are a bunch of mannequins dressed up in denim like teenagers from the 80s. Sure, that's cool and everything, but where is Daunting Depths? He answers that question with, it's not one of the classics, and like I told our buddy Trevor, it doesn't even really work. But I've heard the stories about how it makes people feel. I guess whatever hardware makes that thing happen is hard to maintain and breaks down easily. And then he slips in some new information by adding, I think it has to do with not replacing the oil. The oil? I wonder. Yeah, I'll show you. He leads me back into his family home where he currently lives alone, and we go into a spare bedroom or something like that. It would be easy if it wasn't for the dozen or so arcade cabinets in various states of disrepair, all of them covered in plastic tarp. These ones do work mostly, Stephen explains. I don't buy them if they don't turn on, since I don't know anything about fixing them. But these are still in less than ideal condition. Not display quality, but I still like them. He pulls off the tarp on a machine in the corner, and at last I lay my eyes on her. The rare title is held inside a solid black cabinet, other than the spots where the paint is peeled off or chipped away to reveal the balsa wood underneath. On its side are the words, Conquer your deepest fears in the Daunting Depths. There are above 8 tentacles coming out of the black, reaching out to grab the viewer like they do in the game. And painted on the console and swimming around the single joystick and button are a few of the fish sharing those depths with the player. But otherwise, the art design leans toward barren. He plugs it in, and the old built-in TV pops and fizzes to life. As the simple attract mode loops on the dim screen, I tell Stephen that I've actually played it before in a dumped ROM, and he replies that he only tried it for a few minutes once, giving up after realizing it was impossible to beat in the machine's current state. He only kept the unit because of its novelty. I'm not going to turn down an offer to play on the actual cabinet, and while doing so is momentarily fulfilling, I too quickly call it quits after getting grabbed by the cephalopod pursuer several times. It's nice to be able to say that I touched the genuine article, but it offers me nothing but a worse experience against playing on a modern monitor at home, with a version I can actually beat. Stephen unplugs the beast and shows me the back of the machine where the oil he mentioned is slotted. It's a barely translucent white plastic cartridge, like the kind that holds ink for a large format printer. It's clearly empty of any liquid and is unlabeled except for the printed words, Maintenance fluid for Daunting Depths game. Replace weekly so long as machine is powered. Maintenance fluid? I say in befuddlement, as the mystery deepens even further. What kind of arcade cabinet needs something like that? I'm not sure what it is or was, but it's gotta be oil, right? Like, for some serious hardware? A motor, maybe. You've never cracked it open to take a look? I've opened it, but I haven't messed with the big thing inside. This I have to see. Stephen is fine with my request, maybe since we seem to be getting along. So we work together to move the entire unit into a workroom filled with tools and spare arcade cabinet parts. We use a drill to undo the screws holding the backing in place, pull at the panel heartily, and out slides the guts of the game. It becomes obvious why the machine is so heavy. Other than all the usual components like wiring, the coin bank, and the familiar ROM boards, there's an unknown piece of equipment that takes up any remaining free space. It's the reason the rest of the hardware nesting is so compact, with every component crammed up right against each other. And cleaning and repairing this cabinet must have been a bitch. The item is a large metal canister, about the size of a water cooler jug, bolted into brackets at the bottom of the unit. Half a dozen wires of various colors and sizes are connected to it, and it even has its own power supply and pumping mechanism. Like the air or liquid inside it has to be kept fresh. It has no lid, no clear way to get it open, and there are warning labels discouraging amateurs from trying. Do not open. Only serviceable by MDEM technicians. And then there's a phone number, and tons of smaller text including ensure uninterrupted power, and patent pending. The two of us debate briefly what it could be, with Steven already having some ideas of his own. Is it a giant capacitor that might give me an unequally giant zap if I mess with it? A spinning mechanism that makes ultra-low sounds? Some kind of large vacuum tube or amplifier? I give the tank a knock, and it feels solid. Nothing rattles. There's no telling what's inside. I would have tried to open it earlier, but it never felt right. Doing it without consulting some, I don't know, arcade expert? I'm not sure if I count as one of those, but my personal curiosity is itself dauntless. So, of course, I encourage him. We'll find out together, and I'll include him in what might become one of the internet's craziest stories. After all, we know the machine doesn't already work, so what do we have to lose? We're looking at the metal heart of a game. We have to see what makes it tick. The wires and tubes all go straight into the tank, and the entry points have been soldered closed. There's no option but to cut them off. Afterwards, we carry the stainless steel container out to the backyard, as good a place as any to break it open, and we quickly exhaust all the more elegant options. It's too tough to get into with solid tools. Even his diamond saw barely leaves a scratch. Luckily, my host just so happens to have an acetylene torch. He has every other power tool you can imagine, so of course he does. Lacking the proper face covering, we don sunglasses and take flame to the canister. Keeping the bright fire in place does the trick, and pretty soon, a portion in the middle of it turns orange and is cut apart. But I wouldn't call it a success, since what follows is utterly disgusting. The instant we open up a hole an inch wide, we hear liquid sizzling and lay off of the torch. Out pours an inky concoction of the foulest smelling rot my nose has ever breathed in. To describe decay as a sickly sweetness does no justice to the putrefied fluid that emanates from the container. It's as thick as oil and smells like it went bad years ago. Seeing that we had definitely just unleashed toxic waste onto a patch of Steven's perfectly cut grass that will assuredly die within hours, we back off and wait for the top third or so of the tank to drain out. He runs into the house and comes out with a box of baking soda, which he spreads about onto the mini super fun site like clumps of snow. "It's all I have," he explained with a shrug. After a while, I hold my breath and seal the hole with several layers of duct tape. We drop the tank into 3 trash bags, and he's nice enough to let me use his washer to get the stink off my clothes. Whatever the hell was inside of that thing, it wasn't worth draining the rest of the muck to get to. As the sun begins to set and it's time for me to get going, enough hours have passed for us to laugh about the whole incident, and we chalk it up to one of those, well, that happened, and we won't talk about it again experiences. At least the mystery of what was inside it is solved, sort of. He wishes me luck with the story, and I head home. The highlight of the trip was getting to spend those last few hours in Steven's personal arcade. I got to check out games I hadn't seen in years, and we played a few 2-player titles. It was a good distraction, but inevitably, my thoughts returned to Daunting Depths. I was, of course, far from satisfied. In fact, I wasn't even sure I'd make this public if it had all ended there. I'll always do everything I can for my listeners. I'm not going to leave you hanging if I can help it. So I know what I can do. It's time to expend all of my resources and knowledge into finding a fully functional copy of this stupid game, even if there's only one left in the wild. I get in touch with everyone I know. I have long conversations with Jeff, Trevor, and Steven. I speak with their friends and old acquaintances who could have a cabinet, know someone who does, or saw it at auction somewhere. I call current and former owners of arcades across the Northwest, and I look for anyone that worked for Emden to no avail. After a month, any possible leads have run dry, and there's nothing else left to squeeze from the 3 guys who had gotten me to this point. I give up, shelve this article, and another week goes by. And, out of nowhere, I get an email one night. I don't know who sent it, or if they could have been in contact with anyone else I had talked to at any point in the past. We never meet, but I have suspicions right away that this person is higher up in the know and above us. An industry insider, a government employee. Hell, perhaps they worked for Emden. Whoever they are, my investigation has caught their attention. This is what they wrote. Are you the journalist looking into Daunting Depths? It's about time someone did. I've tried to get others to look into it, and people who could write a story and convince the skeptical that it's real. And there's no conspiracy here, no secret organization covering it up. It's simply too small for anyone to notice or care. It didn't happen in a big or important enough place. If you're the one who wants to broadcast the existence of this game to the world and be responsible for the consequences, then give me an address, a P.O. box, whatever works for you. I'll mail you the directions to a place and the key to get in. When you pull up to what you think is the wrong building, that means you've arrived at where the last known working machine is stored. It's still plugged in, and inside a utility closet of a certain venue once owned by Victor Caldwell. It's where he got his start, and enough money to create a small, short-lived, mismanaged media company. You'll understand when you see it. Caldwell should never have gotten into game development. He created a one-hit wonder of a gimmick that proved impossible to expand upon or mass-produce, and had a short shelf life. Its components will always break down. He liked deep-sea exploration. He'd frequently leave the office for long stretches, even during the production of Daunting Depths, to go on his little adventures. Always trying to find inspiration for a new game that he'd never make. Trying to recapture his eureka moment. The first time he'd ventured down into the deep, he found something big enough to give him the idea to change professions. Terror, maybe. The first instance he truly felt it in his life. And he wanted to share the feeling of the abyss with others through an interactive medium. It had to be perfect, as close to a genuine approximation as possible. Don't take it lightly. We buried the incidents, but the game put several people in the hospital. It permanently changed others. Although I'm unaware of anyone who lost their life to it, other than Caldwell in a way. He vanished a month before the company shuttered, just after the move. What's left of him is probably at the bottom of an oceanic trench. How far you're willing to go to find the truth is up to you. Unplug the machine if you want when you're done, and tear it apart for all I care. You're my chance to put its fate in someone else's hands, to free me from thinking about it, and always drive it out there to replace the oil for the sake of preservation. I hope you get a good story out of the trip. I don't hesitate, and respond within minutes. It all sounds too good to be true, as much as the email forms a pit in my stomach. They were obviously close to Caldwell at one point, probably an employee or family, maybe an investigator. An old brass key arrives another week later, buried in the packing peanuts filling a shipping box. The directions and address point to a town on Washington's coast. I don't Google the address or look into it at all before driving off. It has either slipped my mind because I was so fearfully excited, or my subconscious demanded that I go there and be surprised for the sake of building suspense. My journey brings me to Long Beach in the southern part of the state, one of its few towns along the Pacific Ocean, none of them large. It rests on a long, narrow peninsula, and it's a place I've never visited that has little to see other than harbors. But just north of the town, and a little further inland, there is something that sticks out. Surrounded by overgrowth and nearly empty roads is an out-of-place and very small aquarium. It's run down and fallen apart, with a cracked and weedy parking lot. A faded sign features the words, Caldwell Aquarium, and close-ups of several colorful fish. From outside the main gate, locked shut, I can see enough of the building to get a good estimate of its size. The whole piece of land is no bigger than a small department store. There's a single large dried-up external closure that could have once held a couple of sharks at most. The operation that ran here was more of a minor roadside tourist attraction than some reputable marine science institute. The key that was mailed to me opens the lock in the front gate, and after I make sure that there's still absolutely no one around watching, I push at the creaky iron and proceed. The front glass doors are covered by cardboard, and the keywords in their lock as well. Before I go in, I read the posted notice taped between official papers about the building being condemned. The Caldwell Aquarium will be closed indefinitely while we work to rectify issues with water contamination. Thank you for your patronage over the last 16 years. It doesn't look like they fixed their water problem, but judging by the lingering smell around the area, they may have left some fish behind to rot. But the overcast sky that followed me all day from the way home begins to unleash a sudden rainstorm, so I go on inside. The aquarium is thoroughly emptied out. There are no murals, signage, or pamphlets to be found anywhere. The interior is in rough shape, with broken tile and peeling blue wall paint. The acoustics are such that the rain pouring on the tin roof echoes about the building, and it's dark enough that I have to navigate with a flashlight. I make a round of the tour loop and go past the square holes in the walls that once held fish tanks, finding nothing of note. This isn't the kind of building I'd expect to house an evil arcade cabinet. To make things stranger, the aquarium closed before Caldwell made his game, so someone had to move the machine here and keep the power running years later. My mysterious benefactor. I should have tried to get more information out of them, but at least they pointed me in the right direction. They mentioned a utility closet. There couldn't be that many to check. I opened several staff-only doors to empty rooms and supply closets. The rain outside comes down harder as my search goes on. I return to the observation room that once gave a crowd a look through a glass wall at the enclosure outside, now partially filled with putrid green algae-infested rainwater. The glass is yellowed and dirty, and the carpeted material that covers the amphitheater seating is peeling and damp with mildew. There's a door at the opposite end of the hallway entrance that I haven't opened yet, and as I approach, I begin to hear something. It isn't loud, and it shouldn't be audible over the rain. It's low and rhythmic, almost pounding, a heartbeat that I can somehow feel in my head. It pulls my legs forward, demanding my attention. I open the door slowly, and I see the room beyond. It's eerily similar in size to a prison cell, and now I can hear the gentle hum of idle hardware. There's a light switch, and I flick it to turn on a single bulb hanging above. The room holds the pump controls for the enclosure, a circuit breaker box, a floor drain, a single empty shelf, and in the middle against the back wall, Daunting Depths, running and displaying its title screen. I'm so focused on the find that I'm startled when water leaking from the rotting ceiling lands on my shoulder. I can still hear the heartbeat, and it's not a digital sound coming from the game's speakers. Is it my own I'm hearing? I already have goosebumps. It isn't the anticipation and excitement of finally finding the game in its full form. some version of my white whale that's drawing me in. It's as if some base instinct has been hijacked, and I'm being lured closer by a dangerous anglerfish. If it was like this in the past for some or most of the arcade goers, it's no wonder they became engrossed in what appeared on the surface to be a simple game with basic visuals. After shambling up to the machine, I take out my bag of quarters and drop one into the slot. The title disappears, and the game begins to auto-scroll on the seafloor. I grip the joystick, and when my palm wraps around its metal cover, my hand starts tingling. There's an electric current going through the controls that wasn't there with Steven's copy. Is the machine faulty? If the voltage goes up and electrocutes me, the muscles in my hand will contract around the joystick and make it difficult to free myself. Still, I risk playing. I can't turn back now. I settle into my typical stance, like I'm back home and on the scene as a teenager, on another Saturday night with friends. My bag of quarters is placed on the console out of habit. I don't even know yet if I'll have the stomach for a second round. I hit the boost right away so it can start recharging. I've become used to the depicted deep dark on display, so this isn't a totally new experience for me. Or maybe it is, because less than a minute goes by before I begin to feel the effects. It's not all in my mind. I really do feel terrified as an unseen predator gains on me. It's total and primal, like some ancestral memory has been awakened. Early humans, pursued by forgotten monsters so frightening that they left an indelible mark in our genetics. And yet I can't let go. If I do, I'll get a game over in seconds, and I don't want to know what that feels like. It's inevitable, but my survival instincts still want to delay it as long as possible. I evade capture, and then do so 4 or 5 times more. I fall into the tempo of the gameplay, but it'll get tougher the longer it lasts. I haven't had nearly enough practice to conquer Daunting Depths in real time. The craziest thing of all is that the navigation through fear element actually works. I can't put the feeling into words, and it's likely something I'll never experience again, but being in the know and having that frame of reference Jeff mentioned, that makes all the difference. You don't even really have to look in various directions using the joystick to find your invisible path out, so there's no need to waggle it about. You can simply survey with your eyes and feel the response. Hell, I'd go so far as saying that merely thinking about which way to go can invoke a positive or negative gut reaction. I have no idea how that's possible, but I swear it is. It's difficult to progress, but the game is still fair and beatable. It won't cheat. You lose from mistakes. Concentrate, keep your cool as much as you can, and search efficiently. Focus on the feeling of, this way is safe, and you'll find the corridor that gets you to the next part of the maze. There's a small reprieve each time that lets you exhale, and then you repeat the process under the duress of increasing difficulty. I managed to impress myself. Once I know what to expect from the internal challenges I need to overcome, I feel like I can bear down and weather the psychic storm battering my senses. The worst of it is that the game fills you with confidence when you're doing well, only to then rip it away. On one hand, it really makes you feel like you're a small, helpless creature being chased by a monstrous predator. It'll suffocate you as it pulls you in, then tear off your flesh and shatter your bones. At the same time, because you want to survive, you want to win. It's like the feeling you get when you root for the hero in a horror movie, only multiplied by magnitudes. With my body soaking in adrenaline, my sense of time is skewed. But roughly about halfway through the game, new effects start showing up. Or do they? It's hard to say what's in my mind and what is a genuine fear feature. Whatever the mechanism, I begin to hear whispers in a quiet chorus of screams, auditory hallucinations. In the game's endless sea, shadows of nondescript human faces contorted in horrific pain, flash in the darkness as the heartbeat sound is always getting stronger. Playing the toothless copy on my home computer was such a different, plainer experience. And then there's the increasingly powerful cicada-like noise. It's similar to what the bugs put out, only in a much lower pitch. The reverberations fade before growing painfully loud again, and so much of it is on the low frequencies that it's as if you're standing next to a giant subwoofer while playing. You can feel it rattling in your gut, filling you with paranoia and nausea. Because this messed up game isn't already doing enough to put you through a nightmare. Try as I might, this is my first time playing Depths as it was meant to be, and I'm simply unable to withstand the onslaught a few seconds into the sounds of beating war drums. I still can't tell if I imagined them, or if the game generated the effect. At a point, it no longer matters what's real or not. Our minds stop trying to make sense of what it's going through, and devolves into a scrambled mess. Reason goes out the window, and all it wants to do is get away. I release the joystick, failing my character. It brushes up along the side of the trench, causing it to slow down enough to be caught. The instant that those tentacles drag it into its doom, all of the fears release and the hallucinations stop as game over appears in small white text. Could I have won if I had more resolve? A stronger constitution? Perhaps. I didn't die by swimming into a wrong turn. I just couldn't take it anymore, and my desperation for safety overpowered any will to continue. It doesn't even feel like a conscious decision. My body just couldn't take it anymore, and I don't want to think about what the player has to suffer through in the final stages. The after effects linger. The valve has been shut off, and the game returns to its title screen. But damn, are my nerves still overflowing. I can feel my trembling muscles begin to lock up, and I escape that confining closet before some serious cramping sets in. I nearly collapse on the floor of the previous room, where I try to settle down and let reality back in steadily. I'm down there for a half hour or more, listening to the rain and watching the outdoor enclosure's filthy green water rise against the dirty glass. As I write this, I wonder how my reaction compares to others. Had I felt the expected degree of terror less? Or did I have a bad reaction similar to Trevor's that made him swear off the game after a single try? It's hard to say. We all have different psychological responses, unique experiences that give some of us things like phobias. Any player could also come to quickly worry about what the game was doing to them. Its abilities are concerning. While on the floor and waiting for my nerves to recover, I finally find a moment to ruminate on what the existence of the game meant. My other emotions had come and gone. The initial curiosity, then the wonder, and now the fear from actually playing it. The only feeling left is starting to emerge. Anger. Mr. Caldwell put something out into the world haphazardly just because he felt like he could. I feel like Dr. Malcolm from Jurassic Park as I start criticizing the abuse of science Emden put on display. Was there even proper testing? How many were left with emotional and mental scars? Players could have been hurt on their first try of the game, or from pushing themselves too hard in their attempts to beat something that had been tormenting them, just to say they did. In an addict state of mind, you aren't aware of how much you're damaging yourself. So this would be where I'd cut myself off. I'd never so much as touch the harmless ROM again, and I'm suddenly unsure if I'll even share it. My heart is still pounding, and I can feel the blood in my ears. It's beating abnormally. I was potentially nearing a medical emergency, and if no one found me, some crappy, decomposing marine zoo might have become my tomb. Feeling a rising sense of revulsion about my obsession with this story, and for what Caldwell contributed to the library of bad ideas, I reach a conclusion. I didn't win against the real Daunting Depths, but there's always another way to beat a game, in the physical realm, where they can't fight back. As soon as my strength returns, I get up and return to the closet where the cabinet tempts me again. It wants to be played, and I briefly stare at the joystick. I wonder about the electric current I'd felt. It never got any stronger and didn't seem to enhance the gameplay. I wonder about it, and come up with my last question. Was I connected to something inside the machine? Had I been shaking hands with the unseen heart behind its terror? I think about this, but I don't care anymore. I reach behind the big bastard and unplug it. The sound of the TV going off is unsatisfactory, so I proceed to rip the rear panel and pull forward. The unit is heavy, and only wobbles on my first attempt. I try once more, straining but unceasing. I refuse to give up any progress, and eventually I knock over the bottom heavy cabinet completely. It smashes onto the floor with a delightful sound. Poking out of a slot on the rear panel is the oil cartridge, but this one is still half full. Getting rid of it will go a little further in guaranteeing the game's destruction, so I gleefully yank it out. It drips sludge. It smells strongly, but not of rot. It's nothing out of the ordinary if you spent time near fishing piers, the aroma of sea and fish guts. Looking at the oozing material closely, just for a second, it tells me that it's some kind of mixture of ground-up shellfish. And suddenly it becomes clear. It should have hit me before. There was never any oil, because there was never any machinery that needed it. Just like that, I find myself reinvested in the mystery, one last time. I had come so far already, it maybe screwed up my mind irreparably. I had only a final step to take, and I could leave this story behind without any regrets. I haven't mentioned it before, but I came to the aquarium with one simple tool that has never failed me. A crowbar, which I would have used to pry open any door if I needed to. I hadn't gotten any use out of it yet, but it does the job of removing the cabinet's backing well. Or, more accurately, it excels at bashing through it and ripping it apart. I spot the metal tank. It's in rough shape, unlike the one Steven had. It has multiple bumps, like it was overpressurized, or an angry creature inside had been trying to escape all these years. I snap off the tubes and wiring with the crowbar and lift the canister. My second wind is already fading, and I lack the strength to haul it anywhere. So I plop the heavy thing onto the floor of the closet and stare at it for a minute. And I listen. There's banging coming from inside. Its inhabitant senses a chance at freedom and is angry. I know there's a living thing trapped in there. Its only purpose being to scare players who wake it from its sleep. And that's enough for me. I no longer need to see the mystery, not when it's likely a deadly creature. I can choose not to open the canister. It's hardy after all. But I quickly learn that I'm no longer in control the moment that a pair of pale tentacles slither their way out through one of the tubes I'd sliced open with the crowbar. I watch in stunned silence as they feel around and react to the open air. Then they start working together to widen the hole of the container. So strong is their muscle strength that the solid metal steadily gives way and allows room for more tentacles to speed up the process. Now I'm freaking out as much as I did while playing the game. At first I think about attacking the emerging creature with the crowbar, but what would it do against a beast so strong? So I choose flight over fight and turn to run. Problem is, I'm trapped. When I knocked over the cabinet, its height was enough to reach and block the small room's inward opening door, and now I could only open it a few inches. I pull at it frantically, but I'll never fit through the gap. I kick at the top of the machine, but it doesn't budge. All the while, 8 ghostly white tentacles are ripping apart the container and writhing like snakes all around the opening. Holy shit, I remember thinking. It really is an octopus. I've always found the creatures creepy, and in this situation, it doesn't help that they were also intelligent, could fit through narrow spaces, and were venomous. And this one is special in other ways. Some of my wits return to me, and I get on the floor to try and shove the cabinet off the door with both my arms and legs. I don't make much progress before a shrill yet throaty and bizarre howl comes from the creature's prison, sounding something like a baby wheezing but reversed. The noise gets me to look up, and there it is, staring back at me with those weird eyes that are like two pupils pulling apart. There's no color or life in them either. They're a milky white, like the rest of the monster's albino body that has never known sunlight. It's got a long, slender shape for an octopus, as if it was crossbred with a squid. Ridges are spread along its body, and it must have been cramped in there as it has stretched to nearly half my size. I freeze in place as we size each other up. A wrong, sudden move could get me killed. Maybe it has to make the first move, or I should be careful not to show weakness. Hell if I know. I barely ever watch nature documentaries. Well, it quickly decides it doesn't like my company, and lets out a pissed-off hissing sound that startles the hell out of me. I lose my balance and fall back, and all I can do is try to scoot away from it until there's nowhere else to go. This is a deep-sea beast that was never meant to interact with humans, that Caldwell dredged up out of the abyss. He doesn't show his newly found species to scientists. No. The first thing he thinks of is to stick it into a mediocre game that would have never otherwise attracted any attention. Screw that guy. As the octopus lurches towards me, it extends two wing-shaped membranes from its sides. I think it's only a threat display at first, and then remember that this is a predator which can induce powerful psychosis. Knowing that in advance doesn't benefit me, though, as there's nothing I can do to brace against the most terrifying defense mechanism evolution had ever thought up. The membranes vibrate rapidly and are strong enough to move the air in the room. Without the shielding to contain the attack, I feel the full potency of its effects. I can't hear anything but a thunderous cicada-like hum, and my hands drop from my ears as paralysis sets in and my mind goes into overdrive. My brain is filled with 100 screeching animals, and it's impossible to concentrate on anything for any length of time. The rest of my insides feel like they're going into a seizure, and yet no part of my body can move. It's total agony. I'm unsure of how long this goes on, maybe only seconds, though it feels unending. At some point, the assault loses enough of its strength, and my body is released from the creature's thrall. I can move again, but in my state, I simply crumble into a heap. After my head makes impact with the floor, all I can do is gaze up at the octopus thing, looking down at me from the top of the falling Daunting Depths cabinet. It retracts its sonic weaponry, and its tentacles lift up into an aggressive posture. I'm dead, is the last lucid thought that comes to me. And I black out. If I'm not already dying, then I'm at the mercy of the mollusk. I fall into a dreamless sleep and lose a sense of time or existence. It's a pounding headache that wakes me up later. My stiff arms gradually begin to move again, and piece by piece, my groggy, dehydrated, starving husk of a body slowly manages to get up. The closet's light is still going, and any liquid the octopus tracked has long ago dried up like the blood running down my nose. As soon as I'm conscious enough to remember what happened, I look around in a panic, expecting the angry animal to still be lurking about, or waiting somewhere else in the aquarium for a rematch. Relief washes over me when I discover that the closet's drain cover has been forcefully removed. Glory to the octopus, intelligent and squishy enough to escape through a narrow pipe. Odds are that it made it to the ocean. Under a clear pre-dawn sky, I get out of the building and return to my car, now covered with leaves. The engine starting feels like a minor miracle, and the radio's clock reveals that it's just past 5 in the morning. I had been out cold for over 14 hours. No wonder I was in such pain. In a stupor that will last for several days, I stop at the first McDonald's I find, fill my face with cheap breakfast food, pop some aspirin, and then finish my long drive home. I lock myself inside and get some rest. But sleep doesn't find me again for 3 days. Like the sting from a particularly venomous creature, it takes me several weeks to fully recover. Thankfully, I believe that I do. At least my faculties are intact enough to let me recall everything that transpired and finish the story. I'm not going to attach some kind of moral to all of this, or look back and say I learned a lesson. Sometimes weird shit of our own making just collides with someone else's weird shit, and you're simply glad to have survived. If you haven't learned anything either, then go out and look for the Daunting Depths on your own if you want. Just don't expect the full experience. With any luck, all that remains of the game is wood, PCB, and a few bad memories. Thank you for coming along on this journey with me, listeners. Alright, fine. There is one last thing I do still think about. I'm sure the octopus didn't have to spare me. Could there be a chance, however small, that it was grateful that I freed it? Maybe we could have even been friends. But I have no plans to go looking for it.